Hello and welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch. Welcome to the office hours. This is a live stream that I stream. It's an AMA Star Citizen. We kind of hang out, talk about Star Citizen news, lore, and more. So welcome on. Welcome on in. We are sponsored today by HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a fantastic meal service where you can get meals sent to your door for, all the ingredients sent, plus all the instructions. It's super easy to prepare. And you put it together, you kind of cook it up and you're done. It's balanced, tasty, lots of different options. And it's actually fairly cheap. They own Factor as well. I've been sponsored by them in the past, and I've kind of cooked from them. Very good, actually. Make some really good meals. So if you're looking for, means to cook, but you don't know a lot about cooking, or you don't have a lot of like easy access to fancy ingredients, it's pretty good. Check them out. I'll be streaming a cooking stream next Wednesday because I'm going to order myself some HelloFresh live on stream. And I will be streaming the cooking stream on Wednesday. And the twist is you all are going to choose what I cook with some caveats. So I can't cook anything that's like seafood because Cam won't eat it. So I'll pick a couple of them out and then I'll have chat vote to see which ones I get. But if you're interested in getting HelloFresh, if that's something that's been on your mind, use my code for checkout for up to 16 free meals. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means you can get from $34 to $150 off depending on how many meals you order. It can give you a significant discount for those sorts of meals. So, plus, I believe free breakfast for life is the deal as well. I'm going to double check that one. This is branded content, obviously. They have paid me to say this, but I wouldn't have used it without it. Let me go through, let me figure out the actual. Do. Oh, free dessert for life, not breakfast. Free dessert for life. So, as long as you have the subscription, you get one free dessert with it, which is not bad. Dark Cruise is best cruise. Yes. Okay, I ate my free Factor Miracles and Trick Shot today. It's pretty good. I recommend it. See? Hot off the press, 30 to 40 seconds recovery time in Pyro. It fucking works. I am very surprised. Now, let's talk a little bit about that, because that's the first thing. For those of you who don't know, CIG is currently testing, but probably right as I'm recording still, is testing server meshing. Does that mean mission accomplished, pack it up, we're going home, boys, we're done? No, they're testing Pyro and they're testing Stanton at the same time. The thing is that both of those are connected to the same shard. So it's two servers connected to the same shard, connected to the backend service, the decoupled replication layer, plus crash recovery. So they're sending information to both servers at the same time. So they're not meshed together in the sense that you can go from one to another because they don't have the jump points in yet. But they're testing to see the limits of the replication layer split, specifically with that mesh servers. So 11 fucking years. Static server meshing with recovery via replication layer. We did it, boys. Listen, it's not easy. Like you say it like they should have done it like 4 years, like 11 years ago. It's like this shit's not done by anybody. I'm going for big smoke. Yeah, it's great. But it's step one of a multi-step process, so. And it sounds like it's more of a test of the server or a replication layer than it is server meshing. But it's an interesting check. It's an interesting change, so. The jump point doesn't even exist. You can't go there. It doesn't exist. It's the same as everything else. Apparently what they did was they just took the test version that they had of Pyro from last year, late last year, and they just redid that. It's the same one. I don't think they've even done any updates to it. And then they did whatever is live in Stanton right now. So like they took current Stanton and the Pyro preview and then meshed them together. So. Oh, the jump point is actually opening? Yeah, but this is a test like the basic frame of a wall before you layer on the insulation, the drywall. We're starting to see the shape of what they're building, and this is a reason to celebrate. It is. And the reality is that if this does well, then they can move on to the next step, which means that they can move on to the next step. And I know the cynic in me and the cynic, and I'm sure in a lot of people, is like, yeah, well, then how long, how many more months or years is that going to be? And the answer is, once they've really nailed down the replication layer split, there really isn't that much difference. Like, this is a step before meshing servers with jump points. That's it. Like, this is like the second to last step. And then the last step itself is a doozy. Because it's going to be players testing a lot of fucky shit that's going to go on with replication layer and servers and stuff. But all right, let's pull this up. All right, I'm going to do this as a video, as because I got to. This is just, it's just a thing, right? So, hot off the presses. Page you're looking for was not found. The first link worked. I got the first link. This was posted today at 10 a.m. That is what it is. It seems like the jump points are actually in, but the GIG is not telling you. That's interesting. Thank you, Luna. I'm sorry you went back to sleep. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quickly. I'm going to come back. We're going to do a quick, quick capsule, and and then we'll move on to everything else because we're going to look through this. All right.
Weapons free, y'all.
All right. Here we go. How dare you pause for a capsule? It should be working. The sound alerts. Is it not working?
Good news, everyone.
Can you hear it? Because I can't hear it on my end. I muted them on my end because I was tired of it. Okay, cool. Now it's turned off, so you can't do it anymore. Ha! I tricked you, chat. I tricked you. I don't have the watch there. It's all good. Okay, so it's all set up properly. A scale of 1 to 10, what level of dumpster fire do you think this test will be? Probably a 5. All right. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. I actually can't hear the whooshes either. All right, y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Do 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 do. All right. 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. That's weird. What did I do in that? What? Oh, it's making a capsule. This must be a capsule. Is that right, chat? A capsule? Another Office Hours capsule. It's always amusing when I do these because someone always comes out and is like, I hate this. And I'm like, I'm not going to stop doing it. It's just what I do because I'm a weird dude. But I'll always have a little, for those of you who are watching, this is going to be a little like skip moment where it's just going to say capsule and then after it's going to say intro. So now you know. This is a little segment of our Office Hours live stream where I go on live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive at Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Super early in the morning for y'all in Europe, but and we talk about Star Citizen. We talk about Star Citizen lore and news. We watch the ISCs. And because people have been asking me to kind of clip these little segments out in like news and updates and such for these, I'm starting to do them. So today we're going to be talking about a brand new, fresh off the presses, super like absolutely piping hot information, which is server meshing is in testing. That's right. Server meshing is currently being tested. So, with that, let's look at what has been posted for about this. This was posted. It says Evocati playtest. Maybe I shouldn't show this. I don't know where I got this. I got this. Y'all got this information. I'm going to ask Nick. Nick, where did you get this link, by the way? It's displayed now? Okay. Sorry. I wanted to make sure I wasn't getting into trouble. Okay. Let's see what Wikipedia has said. This is why I was a little hesitant, because I don't want to get in trouble for showing this, because the link worked, but... All right. Evocati playtest, static server meshing test, server testing tech preview playtest. Hello, Evocati testers. We have a very special one for you today to help change Star Citizen universe going forward with static server meshing. In this first in a long series of meshing playtests today, build will consist of shards with 2 servers statically meshed, with one running Stanton and the other running Pyro. You'll be able to choose which location to go to, and we know you all would love to see Pyro again, but we really we all know you'd love but we really love a healthy mix of both Star Citizens populated to get the data for Ian, Clive, Paul, and the whole server meshing team to continue to iterate on improving. Note, do not use jump gates. We are issuing a warning about jump gates. There is currently a bug that will break everyone's game in the PU with you if you attempt to use them. If you use them to today's build, it will break everyone on the server with a bug that will require them to relog. We will consider this PvP action, which is against Evocati rules. Playtest instructions. Evocati only, under NDA, no streaming, videos, screenshots. I'm not streaming it, I'm streaming the notes. Okay? Features. Static server meshing, 2 GGSs, Stanton plus Pyro plus Pyro. Server crash recovery. Focus. General gameplay, interaction, delay, reproduction, PU only. Tech preview channel. Build 3.22-TP 9086477, US servers only. When? Today, 4-hour playtest starting to be determined. We will have a dedicated issue council environment open for reporting issues. Known issues. Pyro-based missions are not currently being offered. Stanton-based missions may be offered while in Pyro, but will not be completable. Outposts and settlements locations on Pyro planets do not have QT markers. While crash recovery is enabled, not all gameplay systems will recover gracefully. Please let us know if you see the issues. While the Stanton Pyro jump points are present in this build, they are not functional, and attempting to use them will result in graphical anomalies. We know this is very exciting, and we look forward to testing this with you soon, but please avoid them for now. Jump drive UI that you may see in some particular vehicles is a placeholder. Callouts. Stanton and Pyro may be selected when joining the game. This is not currently possible to travel between them. Once you have chosen starting system, you'll not be possible to change. Please use the thread to discussions and issues and callouts along the issue council. This is a big milestone for us and wanted to thank you all for joining us. All right. Why does this matter? Well, a couple of things. First of all, this is server meshing. This is a big news. Because this means that CIG is testing far beyond, I think, most people in the community's expectations, though, hey, it's Nick is in chat currently doing handstands and victory laps, pounding his chest very hard because he said that they would have the first tests in March, and no one believed him. Watch the captain's table if you want to know more about that. But it is important to reiterate very carefully that this is server meshing in the most technical term. It is not actually server meshing in the way that players will be able to interact with it in the future. You have Pyro and you have Stanton, they're their own servers, but you can't actually go between them because the jump points don't work. So, as a result, it is server meshing in the sense of taking 2 servers under the same shard and sending data back and forth through the replication layer with crash recovery in the process. So it is a fantastic advancement, but it doesn't mean that CIG is quite there yet. But it's great news. This is not something to downplay as nothing, but I just wanted to, make sure that people are grounding themselves in the proper realities that this is still one of many tests that they're going to have to do throughout the year. But it is exciting times to see this happening. And there were some early reports of some crash recoveries taking 30 to 40 seconds, which is way down from what it used to be, which was several minutes in previous tests. So it is moving forward, and it seems like gaining speed. I wanted to do a quick video on this because I thought it was very important. I do want, as always, I want to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. Is this a big deal? Is this not as a big deal? What would you like to see in the future? You know, from me, but also like where do you think is going to go next? Let me know in the comments down below. Remember to like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon for to be notified when these release. And of course, thank you to HelloFresh, who are sponsoring the stream. HelloFresh is a fantastic meal service that sends you meals to your door that you can prepare. There's lots of different options. There's no crazy mess, or there's probably some mess if you're cooking, but there's no crazy kind of preparation stuff. They walk you through each step, and you can make some really good meals. And you don't have to bother with meal prep and all those sorts of things. It's a really good service. I've used it in the past, and I will be streaming next Wednesday myself preparing this live, so you can watch my terrible cooking ability, because I am not exactly a master chef. So if I can make something that's decent, yeah, you know, come and hang out with us. So with that all being said, like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. We're clear. I'm gonna knock that together and toss it out tomorrow, so. I haven't watched ISC yet. I just did the news about server meshing. The game is in fact moving.
Last week was our...
I'll do the watch along with this as well in a moment. So I'll give you a couple updates. Number one, because Idris has been released sort of to the event, and they're doing this sort of thing, I thought maybe I should do, because someone suggested I do the capital ships of the UEE Navy, which I hadn't done before for lore, and I'm like, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to tie in what each ship's role is in the fleet, and how it functions, and how old it was, and also some of the ones that we've heard of and seen, but never fully kind of got together. And I'm going to make it as a Squadron 42 lore video. But it's going to be going out Saturday. So that's going to go out on Saturday. Dark Tidings. Hey, Paul, I ran to search your name today on YouTube and came across a video that was made 13 years ago in Halo Reach. It sounded a lot like you. I don't know if it was. Can you confirm or deny? Yeah, I did do, I used to make Halo Reach, not Reach, but Halo Machinima back when I was younger, under the title of Tree Skunk Productions, but I haven't made them in years. Like, that was my first foray into internet kind of content. So yeah, Dark Tidings, that's about right. I've been making content under Paul, Shelley, and back then I was Berserker01, so. Thank you for that $20. You confirm or deny? Deny. I deny. I deny my cringe. I made I stopped making them when I kind of got out of college. It wasn't too. I just lost the passion for it, and Machinima sort of ran its course after that. So, remember Reach. Yeah, you can watch my old cringy YouTube videos all you want. I'm then never taking them down, and I'm sure they still exist for a while. Hey, what you, Gary? I'm excited for almost everything in 3.23, but server meshing and RL testing is even more exciting from tech. I'm here for that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. We're not getting static server meshing in 3.23. There's no way we're getting that. I think we're going to get a tech preview of it. I think what will happen is CIG will focus mostly on 3.23. They'll get it out, and once they get it out and get like the replication layer split in, because that seems to be their heavy focus right now. Once they get that in, which is again not a guarantee, I'm hopeful, especially after this test. I'm more hopeful than I was in the past, but it's still not a guarantee. So like, you know, bring it down. Hype thrusters to 50%. But they're focusing on that. They want to get that into the game. Like that's the big thing, because that's the hurdle for server meshing, static server meshing. So once that's in the game, once that's working and the game isn't a dumpster fire, then they'll work on doing static server meshing in a tech preview that they'll run for about, you know, 3 or 4 days, and then get that functioning, and probably run that a couple more times during the summer. So, what test? They're testing static server meshing in the tech preview right now, White. Matt White.
And for the avocados assault static server meshing, we salute you. 07.
The guy. Was that a sponsor? Was that a sub? Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, Dibbly, for that. 16 months. I didn't see that. You're a very important pub, very impressive, very impressive president. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, they're running Pyro and Stanton at this. Yeah, they are. They're running Pyro and Stanton at the same time. And I'm not even joking. They're running Pyro and Stanton at the same time, and with a meshed server on the tech preview with jump points in. The jump points don't work. You try to go there, you're gonna crash everyone's game, but they're in. And they've had server recovery times of like as low as 30 seconds. So server crashes and then a new one gets brought up in 30 seconds. It's the same thing, not all of Pyro, it's the same Pyro we've had in the tech preview, so. Did you see the videos about how Master Modes will kill all PvP and the PvP community is up in arms about it? I think it's a little, I think a lot of that is both the concern about it and the response to it is both of those I think a little overblown, because I actually agree mostly with the PvP community that the current system of master modes is not conducive to the kind of experience that CIG wants to make. And that's really what they're trying to say, is that like what CIG wants to do doesn't work with current master modes, and they're kicking away other things that could be cooler. So.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever.
Oh yeah, they take PvP. Like PvP is against the rules in Evocati. You will get fucking ejected for it, unless they specifically are testing for it.
Canadian Pain 963 has subscribed.
Thank you so much, Canadian Pain, for that 963 for that Twitch Prime sub, or that's just regular subscription. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This your fault. The real drink night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I don't think they're being too overblown, but like the problem is that they are very proud, and they're going to try to context things in their own language. And as someone who's been around the PvP community for a while, they have their own language. They have their own culture, which is separate from regular Star Citizen culture, which is the reason why they don't get on well with a lot of the Star Citizen culture, because their culture is heavily antagonistic. but they don't mean to be. It's hard to explain. PvP players are not dicks, but they do like causing grief. And I don't mean in terms of like griefers. I mean, they'll do something, and if someone decides to get really, really butthurt about it, they'll do it more because they think it's funny. But if you like give them punches right back, you give them a what for right back, they're usually just like, hey, I like it. Thanks for bringing the Star Citizen lore in a fun way. You got an amazing voice to listen to. I wish you had to listen to. Hell, I wish you had audiobooks. I have to talk with CIG about this, but one of my ideas is to take all the lore I can and write a popular history novel in the style of a popular history novel of the history of the Star Citizen universe. Called The Rise and Fall of the UEE. And if I did that, it would be not for money, but I'd do it for fun. But that would take a lot of time and effort and a lot of research. Do my wife's audiobook? No. I'm not the right voice for her audiobook. I don't have the right stuff, so yeah. In all seriousness, Master Modes has some serious problems that aren't yet we are yet to see solutions for. The PvPers aren't just grandstanding. It's also an issue for racers who will eventually be problematic for all players. We'll have to see it more broadly in live before we can know we can fix it. Yeah. Yeah, my wife did a book that's releasing in April. She's gonna have pre-order links up shortly, so I'll be sharing it with you and expecting every single person here. All, let's see, 83 plus 65.
You can take away my spaceship.
All 140 of you to buy a copy?
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Buy a band.
One Wheel Doing 200 just resubscribed for 55 months. Yay server meshing. Maybe.
Thank you so much for the 55 months of support. You're a very important public, very impressive, but very pedestrian. This your father return drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yay, server meshing. Maybe. Eventually. I mean, it's in testing, and it's from the things that has been come out. It is very, very hopeful. There's some very good things coming out from in terms of that kind of stuff. So, the thing that I'm a little kind of on the fence about is that. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to explain, chat, about Master Modes.
The Rixby_ just got a sub from Kenko97. Kenko97 gifted a tier 1 sub to the Rixby_.
Thanks for gifting the Rigsby a sub there. Kenko, you're a very important pubber. It's very impressive. This is very new to us, You rock. All right. CIG and server meshings. It's less broken than you expected. It's probably less broken than they expected. Because let's be very, very brutally, bluntly honest, chat. All right? Let's have a very, very clear heart-to-heart. We absolutely ruin all of CIG's plans. CIG puts a plan in front of us, and we figure out not only how to break it, but how to break it in such a way that the devs have no fucking idea how we did it. We break Star Citizen so badly that we can turn it inside out and use it as a sweater. Other than that, I try hard, and I see some problems with master modes and PvE. It gets all very same with the slower speeds and nigh impossible to avoid incoming fire. The only tactic is to get nose and fire before the other guy. Yeah, so the things that I'm a little... I don't necessarily agree with master mode, with the kind of combat community on, and people who are kind of concerned about master modes. One of the problems is that there's just so many other things that CIG hasn't added, which are supposed to be going alongside master modes. Stuff that, supposedly at least, is already in Squadron that they've tested master modes alongside with. But we don't have in Star Citizen and won't have for a bit. So part of me goes, yeah, so I'm not too concerned about master modes for that's the part. But then I also go, why the fuck are we testing master modes if all of the other things that are supposed to make master modes better aren't in the game? What? Why? Like, I can't give you feedback on something that's not finished. Being a girl that grew up by my gamer older brother and his gamer guy friends, I learned to trash talk. It's not meant to be personal. It's just competitive nature of people. It's just how guys are. Guys are just dicks to each other. That's how we show affection. Well, yeah, because Master Modes isn't really designed for Master Mode, for Atmosphere, because they have atmospheric flight controls. Like, your ships have flaps, and like there's a different kind of dynamic with control surfaces. Tier 0, when CIG specifically said that you're done doing Tier 0, the reason why they did all this stuff in Squadron 42 in the first place. So it's just like, the fuck. While I do share the concerns of some of the combat pilots in terms of flattening out the skill curve and removing a lot of the nuance to the game. I also understand that this isn't the first time it's happened. It won't be the last time it's happened. Games like Star Citizen do this all the time. And every time you'll see a wave of people quit and then a wave of new people come in, and then it completely changes. I can't tell you how many times I heard people bitch that CIG destroyed the flight mode because 3.26, or no, sorry, 2.6 point, was it 263? Yeah, 2.63. 263 was the God's own left testicle of perfectness. It was the best flight mode that has ever moded, and CIG ruined perfection. They kicked us out of the Garden of Eden. Those bastards. No, it wasn't. But you never hear the fucking end of it. It was always people saying that. They came back by next. They come back by the next IC. Like, there is hyperbole, and there's definitely hyperbole going on. But I also think that the community neglects the people who've touched this and have played these sorts of things at their own peril. Because usually, in my experience, combat, both PvP and PvE for FPS and like flight, they are the canaries in the coal mine. When the average player starts complaining about something, The combat people have been complaining about that for months. Because they see it, because they fuck with the mechanics on such a fundamental level that they start noticing these things a lot sooner than everybody else. And then as things start to degrade and get worse, that's when everyone else starts noticing it. So I'm not going to sit here and say that the sky is falling, but I also don't think anyone is saying the sky is falling. Why can't we get distribution centers on their arc? That planet has moons, and its moons are dead. Not much going on there. They have to completely change how they do our Area 18. Like the fundamental reason, if you want to know the real reason, you yell why they can't do it with ArcCorp, is because ArcCorp actually uses a completely separate like generation method, like how they generate like land tiles. It uses a completely unique way of doing it compared to every other planet. Which is why if you look at like the buildings or little sections of the buildings in ArcCorp, you'll notice that it just sometimes feels like there's a gigantic void there that if you stare really hard, you start to see the geometry, but it looks like just like you go a couple feet up, it just looks like nothingness below because it was built using a completely different rendering or different like placement geometry. I don't know the exact term for it, but they've mentioned that it doesn't use the same procedural generation tools as all the other planets do. So in order for them to do anything with those planets, with our Area 18 and ArcCorp in general, they have to go back and retouch and refix that tool, which may take them years. One of the things that's going to change a lot of that is the procedural in building interiors, which they're working on. But again, kind of funny story. The people who are going to be building the procedural building interiors are the people who are currently building the basis for the distribution centers. The people who are building the distribution centers are then going to be tasked with building the building interiors. So they can't do the building interiors, which will make places like ArcCorp stand out more, until they finish the distribution centers. I am too very curious as the machine learning tech for Plantech v5. ArcCorp also needs to have multiple layers of activity to allow for engage with different strata. But I also don't think that CIG is going to make those unique. It's going to end up with a No Man's Sky sort of samey feel if they do it that way. And that's not something that CIG, at least past CIG, is okay with. I think maybe current CIG would be okay with it, but we'll see. So this is the kind of thing you should have fixing years ago, and they realized it didn't work. They realized it didn't work out. Yeah, I understand why they did, because the idea of them sitting there and working on ArcCorp until it's perfect would be at the detriment of getting Microtech and Orison and like Crusader out. So what they did was they took what they learned, what went wrong. They learned what they did wrong in Hurston and in ArcCorp, and they use that to make Microtech, and then they use the lessons they learned from Microtech to make Crusader. And all of those lessons learned are going to be used for other things. Like almost certainly any of the tech they're going to use to make Area 18 to kind of refit ArcCorp, any of that is going to be used for like Terra. So I wanted it compatible with other planetoids. Yeah, but they didn't really like, by the time they were making ArcCorp, they were still like, even in their eternal logic, they were probably still a year or two away from Pyro. when they're making ArcCorp, which, you know, was obviously wrong, but it, like, doesn't matter. Like, they were so far away, it didn't matter. So Pyro will be a masterpiece? I don't think Pyro will be a masterpiece, though I do think it's going to be the best system we've had. It will make Stanton look empty by comparison. And then Nyx will probably up the ante more. And each system is going to be better, but then Siege is going to have to go back and backfill the systems to make them bring them to space. Didn't they make ArcCorp before Hurston? Sort of. They did the social module. The social module is what they used to make it, so. All right, so. We are sponsored by HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a fantastic meal service that I've used in the past. It's great. They send you ingredients in the mail every week for as many meals as you purchase. They're fresh ingredients that you can then use. They have instructions on how to prepare things. The most you need is common household items like salt and like vegetable oil. And you can prepare meals that are very tasty, very good, high quality, and you can do for pretty cheap. They've also, that company, that HelloFresh also owns Factor, and Factor I find is convenient, but you really pay for that convenience. HelloFresh gives you like almost the same sort of like quality for meals, even including like things like the protein, if you have like say meat products with it. For much cheaper. So make sure you use the code !Factor in chat. You can find my link, and the code is somewhere. I have to find out.
Ever take away my space game.
J_Culvain just resubscribed for 65 months. Here, bud.
Hey, thank you so much, Jay Calvin, for that 65 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You return drink night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Do you think players should be allowed to spawn at Pyro for the first time? I think it's a dangerous system. It won't be noob friendly. Yeah, I think they should be. I think everyone should have the option to do anything anywhere. When Pyro first is released for players to play, that also includes Stanton, I 100% agree that it should be available for everyone to spawn if they want to set your home there. That being said, there will be people who do that and then complain. I also think that Pyro is going to be in a lot better state than we had at the preview. Because by that time, they'll be more like server FPS has to improve at least somewhat. There'll be more reputation systems in place and that kind of stuff. Because we know a lot of those systems are coming online in 3.23. So yeah, and it's going to be a lot easier with Pyro to do the kind of gang rep stuff. They'll call it hostile reputation. It's a lot easier in Pyro than it'll be in Stanton because there's no law but the gangs in Pyro. So each gang, your reputation with those gangs will matter more than if you're doing lawful or unlawful things. Spawn locations are going to have to change. Right now, it isn't too inconvenient to tie your location to a city in Stanton. Once we have 4 systems, it's going to be a pain if your home system is across the galaxy. That's what CIG wants, though. They want it to be a pain. I don't think we're going to see that change. The one thing that has to change is not necessarily the spawn locations, but the volume of content. We need to have more volume of content per planetary system. It's gotten better over the years, but it's still too low for the amount of content you can get. Ignored? I saw someone, fingers crossed. Just give disclaimers that will be ignored. I mean, yeah, that's fine though. Like one of my favorite terms in 3 and 4.0 is going to be welcome to Pyro. It's just perfect. And someone's screaming in chat, I just got my ass kicked by random. This is so bullshit. I hate this game. The entire chat's going to light up with, welcome to Pyro. Like, the fuck you think's going to happen? You walked into the middle of the Mogadishu in the middle of a firefight between two rival warlords, and you're complaining that you're getting shot at? Are you stupid? Yeah, content density is really the issue. Did I say it was a bad thing? I know I'm cynical sometimes, Jin, but it's not a bad thing. It's important to keep in context that that it's not fully what you say. When you say server meshing, it's not two servers in between, jump point travel between two systems. It's not that full implementation. Jump points are in the game or were in the build, but if you went through it, you would crash the whole server. So they don't really work. But it was two systems, each with their own server connected to a replication layer. Thoughts on Todd leaving? I have no idea. I have no idea why Todd left. No one does except for Todd Pappy, unless someone has had a statement from Todd Pappy somewhere that I missed. So I'm sad to see him go. I wish him the best of luck in endeavors. I will miss his beautiful eyes, and I hope him and his family are enjoying their time in Washington. I know that I'm going to be paying attention to the name Todd Pappy more. So if Todd Pappy ends up being a game developer or like a game producer or like head of studio of some company for an upcoming game, I will play the shit out of that game because I trust Todd Pappy. Todd Pappy is a fantastic, experienced developer, and I'd love to see it. Yeah. If he's working for Bungie, I would instantly start playing Destiny more. I would 100% buy into Marathon if Todd Pappy was put in charge of Marathon.
Take away my spaceship.
Marathon, so they're bringing Marathon back, Kinja.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never, ever.
They're bringing it back as a extraction shooter.
_the_chose just resubscribed for 23 months. Hey Paul, hope you and chat are doing well.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for that 23 months. Almost 2 years of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive, perseverant pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking not. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The fact that so many people stay at CIG as long as they do is weird in the game industry and speaks to the company being someplace people like to work. That is actually a good point. For a lot of people who don't know, most people work about 3, I think on the outset, you'll work for about 6 years at a company. Very few companies have employees who are super loyal. Blizzard used to and kind of really kind of harness that sort of expectation. And then Activision and Blizzard got together and things got weird. Riot was similar, but very few companies kind of you see people working for multiple decades in that company or on a singular project. I think Bethesda is probably the only company I can think of. Bethesda Softworks, like they're the team that made Starfield. As much as people are gonna dunk on Starfield, myself included at times, the people who made Starfield, a lot of the people who led that team were the people who made like Morrowind. They've been making like Bethesda Softworks games for like 20 years. So that explains a lot of why their game design is so out of date, because they don't have new game designers. But those people, like, that says a lot about their dedication to their craft and to the company. Because most people who work on games work for a game from like maybe 2 to 6 years, and then they move on. They get the experience they need to, and they move the fuck on. Then Activision and Blizzard got together and things got weird. That's a hell of a cliff note. I mean, there might have been some rape and some terrible management and some sexual assault, but like, I don't think you have to go into detail to know. Anyone who knows how Activision and Blizzard got together, it's like, not safe for work, not safe for life. There's a reason why they ended up selling both companies to Microsoft, because they were trying to bail out of a lawsuit and criminal charges. It was just fucking messy. In a lot of ways, EA was the best job I've ever had. I have heard, since you said that, I've always been under the assumption that EA was kind of a shitty place to work for. But I've also remember hearing a lot of indie devs who've worked with EA that say that they had very, very light touches with them, and that they were very accommodating. And then you also see what EA's done to their like first part market studios, how they've razed and burned most of their studios to the ground. And it makes me go, how the fuck are these two, how is this the same company that people will say, I loved working for EA, and then also turn around and be like, oh yeah, they also like tore Westwood to the ground, pillaged Origin for parts, like slammed BioWare into the side of a wall, like took DICE and cut it up into 15 different pieces and stuffed it in a sack and threw it in the ocean. Like, you just see what they've done to their own companies. Fucking like shoehorned so much bullshit into Maxis' games that it basically destroyed them. Like, I don't know how you can, like, I don't know how in my mind you can kind of, my mind can't comprehend people, because again, you're not wrong, Jen. I remember people talking about it, and like, I've talked with other devs about it. I remember seeing people making statements about it, being like, no, it was a great place to work. Like I loved working at EA. Then I also hear Jared talk about his time working for Origin and how it was awful. Because he worked for Origin not when Chris was there, but as a customer support specialist, if I remember correctly. So, all right, you worked for Eve, didn't you, Morier? Eve was a huge EA is a huge corporation with many moving parts. Yeah, but it's such a weird kind of like dichotomy, where it's like they could treat some people really well and then ransack other like iconic studios as if they're like what are those companies that like take IPs and then like strip them for parts and sell them off. From 2005 to 2012. How was Iceland? Or were you working remote? Yeah. Well, so that makes sense, Jin. You're old enough to have worked in the industry around then. And you lived in Austin, so that makes sense. Jin, you can probably you worked in Georgia. Okay, so you work remote. Jin, you can probably confirm or deny this. This is something that Tyler told me about, that in Austin, what they used to do was whenever there was a project that was finishing up and everyone would get their pink slips, they would all go to, there would be a couple places that they would throw a party at, and they would take the hiring managers of companies that were still hiring. So you have like Blizzard and EA and BioWare and all the different companies, and they take them down to this party, and everyone who had just got finished with a job would go to that party, and then the hiring managers would just hire all of the people who just lost their jobs back to their companies that they needed who were hiring. Liquidation firm. So like that sort of, remember Dust? You did Dust 514? You know how many people in Star Citizen are absolutely fucking like head over heels over 514? One of the reasons why people back Star Citizen was 514. Sad part is Electronic Arts was founded in the 80s as an alternative industry. Yeah, no, I forget, like EA, people forget that EA was founded specifically because early video games, they didn't even let the designers, the people who made the games, put their fucking names in the game. And EA would like proudly display their names on the fucking splash screens, because that was the whole point. That's why they're called Electronic Arts. Yeah, that kind of thing happened. Yeah, Tyler used to tell me about that, like when he worked for Blizzard. That's what used to happen all the time. And when I heard those stories from Tyler and a bunch of other people who worked in the industry here in Austin, my own thought was, wow, I've heard that the industry is incestuous. I didn't realize it was just sister fucking, just straight up. Like literally the same 400 people are just being cycled between every studio in Austin for the next 10 years. Like, yeah. No wonder that was the golden age of gaming, because the same people who made like Mass Effect was turning around and working on like ESO. Like they were just like boom, 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 right off the top of each other. It's all Alabama. Hey, Nightcob. Now that's one of the things that's been interesting in my journey, because I've always been fascinated by the I'm a historian. So for those of you who don't know, like I mean, obviously you know, because if you're here, you probably have noted. If you don't know, if you're brand new, hi, I have a degree in history, and I've always been fascinated with history, and not in the same way that a lot of people are. Like I got started because of all the cool stuff, but I found as I went through college that I really like history that's just weird. And by weird, I mean the things you don't necessarily think about as history. Like I fell in love with theater history when I went to become when I was getting a theater minor. And things like I've always been interested in the development process, but not necessarily like how development works in terms of like coding, but more about the history of how companies develop and how that has affected different people and different companies and how it's affected the industry over time. Like the myth of the great industry collapse of the 1980s happening because of ET is itself a myth. But it was fascinating finding out the reason why. The real reason why it happened was because of the low quality. So like ET was the representation of that myth. Like it perfectly encapsulated the problem that was happening, but it wasn't the real reason. So. No, tell us more. Listen, Hazeltine, you knew exactly what you were getting into. I teach econ, I teach government, and I teach world history. I've taught U.S. history. I've taught psychology. I've taught world geography. I teach social studies in general. I love economics. But like, there's no job of video game historian, right? There is a job called, theater historians, but unless I want to go get a PhD in theater history, I'm not going to be able to get that job. You like their short story books of boys and girls in history? I don't remember those. I was a fan of horrible histories growing up, but... All right, I'll be right back. Can I go to Congress and teach them economics? You'd have to pay me a fuck ton of money, gold, for that. They would all fail my fucking... Well, except for a couple of them who are actual economics, and I feel for them. I really do. Whenever I see them trying to explain to their fellow congressmen, like, that's not how economics works. And they just go, no, of course it does. And it's just like, Lord help me with this one. All right, be right back. Your fun button's on.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone.
Barcelona!
Good news, everyone.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I love
To democracy.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm pilot.
I love
I'm flying. I'm pilot. To democracy.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Barcelona!
To democracy. To democracy.
We do. I need to get a bunch of new emotes. Friday morning, October 20th, 2007, was shot in Afghanistan. I remember the helicopter ride. I woke up Tuesday morning. Wife had been there since Saturday morning. CCP paid first class for Lufthansa and all her expenses. Paid for the house to get wheelchair ramps, temp installed. Damn, that's awesome. I've heard good things about CCP in general. It's just rough. Because CCP is in, Iceland. It's like, I can't imagine living there. Speaking of different developers, though, I would really love to see Ghost Ship Games and Arrowhead Studios do a collab swap. Give me Helldivers outfits for Deep Rock Galactic, goddammit. I have played Outer Wilds. I haven't played it on stream, but I have played it. It's a good game. Did EVE have only one server in Iceland? No, they had other ones, but... Have I played Nightingale? I haven't, no. My life has been consumed by work, writing scripts for stuff, trying to mod and failing to mod Skyrim, Helldivers, and family stuff, so. Eve used to be one server in Iceland, to one hertz refresh rate, and you got enough people, the single system, things would dilate from there. Oh, interesting. Seeing a lot of positivity in Star Citizen chat, test chat. How is the fans? I mean, family. I think my wife is my biggest fan. She's good. My cats are fine. My wife's doing okay. The reality of her being a published author is hitting her in new and exciting ways. In more of the holy fuck. I've got to promote this book. I got to get sales. I got to figure out how to talk with people about it and all that sort of thing. So. I wonder where the best place for a single global server would be for Star Citizen. The future? Fantasyland? I don't know. It's never going to happen. Star Citizen isn't Eve. It requires too much reaction time. So, congrats to her. What's the book? The book's called Panic Eyes. It's kind of like a it's a. I don't know what the genre would be. I've been calling it a thriller because it kind of is a thriller. It's kind of like a dramatic thriller. It follows a young woman who's it's based off of, like, it's not actually her life experience, but it's based off her life experience, my wife's experience, with her coming to terms with her having dissociative identity disorder, and seeking help for it. So it's based off of a young woman who is engaged to a man who is about to go to his first professional gaming convention, because he's becoming a professional live streamer, and he's taking her with him, and she's kind of trying to figure out what she's going to do, and there's some drama with other streamers. Like, she's kind of upset about another female streamer that he kind of talks with and hangs out with. And she's kind of grappling with that. But the real, that's just kind of like the story of what's going on with her life. But the real thing that's happening is every time she goes to sleep, she has these really weird dreams. And she's trying to make sense of them. And the dreams start to spill over into her waking world, while all this other stuff is going on. It's a page turner. I've read it. It's like you pick it up and you start going, and it's just, you keep going. My wife has a bad way of being a great way of ending a chapter on a cliffhanger that makes you want to read the next chapter, and then starting a brand new sort of kind of a brand new story with that chapter. Like, okay, let's see how it ties into this. And kind of keeps going and going and going. Yeah, but it's called Panic Eyes. It's coming out on April 26th. The pre-orders are going to come up here soon. So I'm looking forward to it. It's my wife's book called Panic Eyes. It's going to be published by, I don't remember the publishing company, but it's by Camilla Shelley, my wife, Camilla. So Panic, P-A-N-I-C, Eyes. Will you be going in to this year's, are you talking about this year's CitizenCon? No, sadly I won't. I'm not sure I understand fully. It reminded me of Fight Club and Memento. Kind of. My wife is a big fan of horror. So I would say it's similar to horror, but the horror isn't like blood and guts. There's no monster that's hunting. Well, kind of, but there's no Pennywise the clown or anything like that. It's a lot of it is a woman grappling with her own mental state. And like, I'm not going to give it too much away because I want you to read it. But a lot of it is you get to know this main character. You get to care about this main character. But there's a twist that as you start to read, as you get through it, you start to question the main character. So it's hard for me to describe it because, again, it is very personal. My wife started writing it as a means of trying to kind of grapple with her own kind of diagnosis of having dissociative identity disorder. And so it's less of I mean, it's a coherent narrative, but it's less of like a story with a point and more of exploration of her own sort of mental well-being. I don't know the disorder. It's what used to be called split personality disorder. It's effectively a response of complex PTSD. Yeah. It's a good book. And my wife is turning what she's learned from it to write her second book, which is about a woman who has agoraphobia in a haunted house. Okay, Factor Trader. Butthole, you know who owns Factor? Besides, they're paying me to promote them. I would say definitely get HelloFresh if you give it a shot if you like to cook. If you don't like to cook, but you want to kind of learn a little bit more, it's great. They do a bunch of different meal stuff. It comes to your door. It's all ready to go. All you got to do is kind of prepare it with all the instructions they have in hand. And you can make a lot of new and exciting things. So, does HelloFresh have pizza? I don't know. We'll have to look at it here in a moment. Yeah, they are sponsoring the stream. Make sure to check them out. We're going to look at them live here in a bit, but I want to do the ISC first. Oh, well, bonus then. I'm very familiar with DID. There's a few content creators I watch who go in depth about it. My own mental health journey, I was fascinated with learning psychology on it. Yeah. My wife is still sort of grappling with the whole idea. I don't want to get too personal because it's definitely something that is personal, but again, she wrote a book about it. Dissociation is a scary thing. You know, remembering doing something and then like just like as if you're waking up and you're doing something else and you don't remember anything that happened is scary as shit. Having other people tell you like, oh yeah, you were doing this, you said this, you did this, and you're like, did I? Okay. But imagine that feeling, but that happening your entire life that you can remember. Like, that's just normal for you. That's what DID is. So, that's the more common thing that everyone knows about that sort of thing. Oh, I gotta change that. Hold on. The one that says factor is exclamation point. Hello. Hello, Fresh. Copy. Timer. This one. Timer. There we go. That should be better now. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, which is why, if any of that intrigues you, read the book. That's the whole point of the book, is a woman coming to terms with that and not knowing what the fuck is happening to her. So, if that sounds fascinating or interesting, the book. I'll get more information on it. I'll share the pre-orders and that kind of stuff with it. So, needless to say, I am very, very proud of my wife for doing this, because she's a very talented writer, and she's always better than me at everything, and I'm glad about that. I'm glad to be second best in the household, in gaming, in writing, in literally everything, because it makes my life so much fucking easier. Because I can be bad at something and be like, I have no fucking idea. And she'll do it like, oh, you do it this way, or teach me how to do it. Like, oh, that's awesome. The only thing I'm good at is I can open pickle jars. And I'm tall, so I can pick things off the top of the shelf. So. Man mode. Perfect skills for a bartender. Okay, that's true. She probably doesn't know more about Star Citizen than I am. I do. But she is very socially... She's an introvert. So, I get to be the face. She's the brains, I'm the face. Fun fact, I was actually hired by CCP to do work on Vampire game, but 90 days later I got assigned to D514. Oh, nice. I'm in that boat. My wife is literally my better half. I'm good at driving, lifting things, and making pizza. She's doing streaming herself, so you should go follow her. It's CamDie42 on Twitch is what she's going to be streaming. She streams a lot of... she does her own Terrible Art Tuesdays and stuff like that. She's trying to get back into that too, because she's got to promote it more. All right. Anything currently did support Ticket when they sent me somewhere, and others have it, but there are about the method, about wondering if you know how to fix. Aiden, is it still the problem? Because I know you had it earlier. You ever heard about with an NPC bug before on Star Citizen, making your character act like an NPC? As I'm trying to fix it with prison method, and others do nothing's working yet. And yeah, I can't do. God damn, you've just been having a fucking time of it, haven't you, Aiden? That's just been like, it's just one thing or another with you. It's just been like 1-2 punches. Oof. I've never heard of that bug though. Shout out in chat? Sure. Oh, it's this way. There we go. That's her. I recently heard about that bug. Either it's new or it's proliferating. She plays a lot of Stardew. I don't know. I've literally never heard of that before, so maybe somebody in chat can help you with that one. But all right, let's do the watching of ISC, or we're going to start with the intro. So I'm going to start with the recording. Oof. Oh. It's still in there, but I'm going to have to deal with it. Hold on. Ugh. There we go. Stupid burp getting caught. Whew. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. This is another small segment of my Office Hours live stream where I talk about lore, news, and more. And, come join us live Thursdays at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to have you hang out with chat here. And as always, if you've been enjoying these, make sure you hit that follow button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. For now, let's jump into the ISC for this week, talking about the Idris. A nice developer commentary for the Idris.
Last week was our inaugural Idris Wargames test, and while that completed earlier this week with many lessons learned, and the ship itself is still awaiting important resource management, maelstrom, multi-crew gameplay work, and more before it'll arrive permanently in the persistent universe, we here at ISC still jumped at the chance to showcase the current artistic progress of the vehicle inside and out, as well as to enlist a few of our oldest friends in providing a sort of director's commentary to the proceedings. Here's how it went.
Just a bit of the camera. So, hi, I'm John Brook. I'm Nick Dearsley, part of the art director for 2042 era.
Your new title. I don't even know what I am anymore. Shall I say that? Shall I say that? That'd be good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Nate. I've not got a clue what I am anymore.
He's the one.
That'll go down well.
The one beef of the
Should we do
week.
that? Yeah.
Get it
Some
in early.
days I'm this, other days I'm that.
What do you want to be today, Nate?
I don't know what I want to be today. What should I be today? Yeah, I was the art director for the thing. There you go.
Do you want me to go first?
You can be my bloody guest, mate.
Okay. Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle art director.
Hi, my name's Nate. I was the vehicle art director.
We've been asked today to give you a little director's commentary over the Idris that you will have seen in the PU being fought over recently.
Forgot to open the pod day doors, Hal.
Right, so the exterior, this has had quite a few iterations over time in terms of not the shape stayed the same, but how like the breakup, the materials on it,
Yeah,
the engine the thrusters of.
Yeah, the shapes remain pretty.
Back it up a little bit. Hold on. Love that floating gun.
It remain pretty true. We did make amendments to the exterior to fit the interior in because the number of spaces that we
The floating turret right there.
needed for Squadron sort of slowly increased. So it's a very tightly packed capital ship.
If you look at the original concept, it was quite a thin ship as well.
Yeah.
It just couldn't fit everything in it.
I think my favourite feature from the original one was the hilarious flight of stairs that came down in the middle of the flight deck. Yeah, I think that was my first fix.
Then we're gonna fly into the back of it, which is the way.
I'm going to do my historian thing, my Astro historian thing, and do a little bit of background. This is not the first version of the Idris, but this is the current version of the Idris. I think it's the Flight 4s. The Idris was first built in 2551. So it's a very old design. And fun fact, all of the old designs we've seen in the past are actually the original flights. So the one where he was talking about with like the flight stairs going down, that's Flight 1. That's the Flight 1. Literally in lore, that's what the Flight 1 looked like. Because all of the different versions that they did are versions that they canonized as lore. And there's actually one point where like players actually kind of some like former Navy like sailors looked at the design and said, this is a death trap. Look, like the fire breaks out here, it's going to cause all these problems. So they just incorporated that as one of the problems with the Flight 1s was the fire problem. And so like it's unique. I love how the lore kind of ties into these sorts of things. So
most players should normally enter the Idris.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
You can go in the front, but that'll be a bit...
It's getting dark now, John.
Yeah. So there we go.
John Crew being dark? No.
In Squadron, there is space for 2 Gladiuses, Gladii, and there's a space for the Argo MPV at the back, but you can technically fit 3 ships in here.
Yeah, when you first land, you'll sort of notice that the exits for the hangar are generally sort of at a lower level. One of the things we do a lot of throughout the ship actually is just slight changes in elevation, even though you're on the same deck. And the general layout is fairly symmetrical, I would say. The ship, when it was first put together, was really sort of, I would say, designed from the inside out. So there was a lot of amendments on the exterior to make the interior, interior to me is always king. You spend a lot longer on the interior of the ship. So we sculpted the exterior skin around that. If you were to hide that exterior, I mean, there is no breathing room. It is like a bit of an engineering masterpiece, to be honest.
This is where the MPUV hangs from the ceiling.
Skydiving also,
yeah, I've watched many people accidentally fall out the bottom of the Idris in atmosphere out that hole. So
it's going to be interesting if you can dock that like they see here. Like it's got to be something they got to do in Squadron. And there is a little kind of a docking port at the top. And in lore, they call it the like secure latch or something like that. There's an actually Argo branded latch, which is what you see at the top. But it's one of those circular latches. So it'll be interesting if you could do that, because they've also shown other ships have that same sort of hanging mechanic. I wonder if they're going to bring that in the PU.
Don't do that.
Or if you want to recreate the alien dropship scene, it's pretty cool. The gravity room was originally upstairs. We had to shift things around through the process again, taking inspiration from, real world scientific areas. That whole room actually closes into its own cylinder. You have to sort of open the door to sort of get in, and you can close it behind you. It's quite a trip.
It's a big space just for an Argo. I assume that it has space so that you could load and unload things on it as well.
And for all intents and purposes, unless you're going to your bunk or you're going to very specific areas like the briefing room or the gravity room, which you've just seen there are no dead ends. It was put together when I was on the ship and originally sort of designed it. It was very much sort of focused around multiplayer combat at the time, and a good multiplayer map is you've always got options. You've always got at least 2 options at every corridor, every room.
You're constantly flowing around it.
No dead end. So as you can see.
I actually had a bug this morning come through about the writing on the wall being
HNG.
shorthand.
Oh dear.
So it's spelt incorrectly.
Oh.
I was like, no, it's not. It's intentional choice.
HNGR. Yeah. It's just how people spell in the future, chat.
So we've got the ATC room, which overlooks the hangar, which is obviously very useful for being an ATC. We'll come back later to the other side to see what's in there. There's a lot of decks to the Idris.
Yeah, there's the subdeck in the Argo, which you'd have seen, or the utility vehicle, I should call it. You've got your main deck. This is the main symmetrical area, and then through the heart, I would say the center of that sort of floor plan is all of the, I would say, business side of the room. So obviously you've got your mess hall here.
It's a chow line. Don't talk about the chow line. It's
I hear roast lamb is still on special.
Yeah.
That's an inside joke, but
This is where I do my little historian thing and do that little historian thing. For those of you who don't know, who are newer to the Star Citizen fandom, there was a time when CIG would update us every week for months about the chow line for the Idris. You don't think that they can spend 2 years talking about updates to NPCs, getting food and eating it? They can, and did. So most of us have PTSD whenever they mention the chow line of the Idris. It makes you want to throw things. Bedsheet deformation. That was fine. The bedsheet deformation was once. Like chow line was constant.
Sleeping quarters.
This is for your general crew for the ship. The bunks have shutters on them for a bit more privacy.
With inbuilt home entertainment system.
So this is 2 mirrored, I guess, solo cabins. The pilots get their own little area at the end.
Which are about to get a little bit bigger, but you didn't hear that from me.
Hey, we're getting bigger quarters for Squadron.
The version that you're seeing here is taken from a point in time on Squadron recently, but there are lots of little tweaks that we'll talk about in the future to deliver more of the Idris. One of them, the missile room, is a big one that's still to come that is not available here at this time. But there's, like Nate said, lots of other little tweaks as we get closer to shipping Squadron that we'll be making.
I love the background.
Again, inspirations with regards to archetype for Aegis. You know, you can see there's a strong inspiration from some of my favourite 1980s movies through here. I like to see, you know, material breakup, introduce textures.
It's all aliens and alien. Like, you can definitely tell it. 100%. It's aliens and alien. Like, all of Aegis is inspired by that.
Leather, where we can do, to make it feel a bit softer and more inviting, as a good habitational area should be. And it's different for different ships, right? But when you're designing a capital ship, it kind of needs to tick all of the boxes. From a putting the ship together point of view, everything is modular. So you'll notice probably in the PU now, a lot of these elements are reused in some of the Aegis ships, simply because, you know, we try and put the ships together in a modular fashion. And the bigger the ship gets, the more modular it needs to be. You really want to avoid doing too much unique stuff because it will hammer your video memory. Because this was I would say it's the first capital ship we done. It is the first, isn't it? Yeah, and it was really sort of, you know, genesis of, this was put into production actually around the same time as the Retaliator, many years ago. And it was at that time that we started to establish, you know, a really good understanding of how we want habitational areas to feel and look, feeling being a prominent feature. Engineering, again, completely different. You got the technology side of it and the medical side of it. So they became the sort of like 4 style guides, I would say, that became the springboard for a lot of the other ships to sort of follow on from.
Yeah, you see a lot of similar stuff in the Hammerhead, which actually uses a lot of the Idris kit as well. And different areas have their different technical feeling.
You'll notice here when you come in through the centre of the med bay, for example, there are very little right angles. When you look at the floor plan, for example, it generally dollies off at 45-degree angles or 60-degree angles. I don't like right angles in floor plans. Things need to flow. As you can see there, you're going to get a right angle when you come out of a door. There's not much you can do about that. But yeah, and it's all interweaved. You'll notice there's lots of windows that look outside. There's lots of windows that look back into the hangar. So we're not doing any cheating. Escape pods here.
Yeah, right at the front of the ship now. So this is the manned turret at the front, the big one up top. And then lots of escape pods here for everyone that's in the sort of upper front half if things go sideways and you need to get off the ship. So going back down starboard side, have to do the bath sim head of port and starboard.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned that, John, because navigation has been a little bit of an issue. So these corridors that you're running around at the moment, they're going to have a lot more of an injection of colour in the future. So you'll have a much better understanding of whether you're going forwards or backwards or whether you're on the left or the right. Worth noting as well, like all the spaces that you're seeing
This may be something I'll have to ask chat later, and feel free to comment this on down below. But from what I've gathered is they're going to use color coding for port, starboard, bow, and stern, so that the colors will fade from one another depending on where you're going. Because they used to have like lines on the floor, which would correspond to various decks that you'd go to. You'd follow those lines to go to where you need to go. You remember that was one of the earlier designs. So I'm wondering if that's something that you would also see on modern Navy vessels as well, to kind of, because of how gray and drab Navy vessels are. I'm sure it can be very easy to get lost in something like a super carrier. So.
Are completely undressed. There are, tens of thousands of entities that end up on top of what you're seeing for Squadron, because it needs to feel more lived in, it needs to tell that story. So it's kind of bare bones seeing it this way, which is kind of strange for me at the moment.
Yeah, it was very strange when we were getting this ready for the PU to take off all those layers and sort of see it in a state that we've not seen.
Plus also we're not seeing it with NPCs.
Yeah.
When you see this with NPCs and, people walking around carrying out their duties, engineers doing their things at panels or whatnot, it feels lived in, it feels alive. But hopefully when it goes into the PU, there'll be plenty of people running around anyway, which will make it feel very similar for you guys.
Hamster balls.
You want to get buff? Go to the gym.
I don't know what we had there originally opposite the ATC, was it?
Squadron 40 Swole. Swollen 42.
It was the pilot?
It was the pilot ready area, but we moved the pilot ready area down to the same level as the hangar, so you can get your gear, scramble out as quickly as possible, rather than getting your gear,
run down a flight of stairs,
Squadron 42.
falling down 2 flights of stairs, and then sort of hobbling into your ship with a broken ankle.
Then going further back, we're sort of halfway, 3/4 of the way back.
Leave it up to the Brits to do any excuse to have hazard stripes, baby. Any excuse.
Yeah, you got your sort of, I think...
The crossover point here.
Yeah, you got 2 crossover points on the hangar. Now you're going to sort of come through, and this is where a lot of the asymmetry comes in, although the footprint is sort of similar. You'll come through. On one side, you've got a brig, which is where all the naughty people go, and we have a lot of naughty people in the game. There's a security officer.
That makes me wonder if we're going to be able to see people we've captured and like interrogate them later in game. That'd be kind of a cool feature. Like you captured somebody in your playthrough and they're stuck in the brig, and you can go by and talk with them afterwards. That'd be kind of neat.
Office in there, and on the opposite side of that is basically the opposite.
But I mean, like 3 missions later, you can come back and they're still stuck there.
The side of the ship is the armory, which you'll see in a little bit.
Big escape pods, so big shared ones rather than individual pods. You might have seen, as we've gone around, some big red signposted rooms. They, I believe, have EVA airlocks in them, as well as sort of maintenance storage areas, so all signposted so you know in a hurry where to go. Then the main briefing room.
Main briefing room, again, integral to Squadron. This is where you're going to get your mission briefings and so on. It's a big ship.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it.
Like I say, there's a lot crammed in.
Yeah.
So now we're in the opposite side to where the brig was. So this is the armory and shooting range.
Quite a bit of inspiration from RoboCop. Yeah, as you can probably all tell, I'm a bit of an 80s buff when it comes to the movies. When I had to do things for real, actually build things, it visually makes quite a big difference to me as a visual kind of guy.
This is one of the reasons why, either on purpose or by accident, Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are going to have some very heavy dystopian overtones. Because, I mean, if RoboCop is an inspiration, it's a great example of a hugely dystopian universe that has a lot of commentary on lots of different aspects that were going on in the 80s. But most people didn't know that because funny robot man shoot a bunch of bad guys. Like, you could just be like, this is cool action. I like this action, and completely miss the political overtones.
Firing range area is another one of the areas that has changed around a bit over time, because it was an all-in-one.
I think it was on the other side as well.
Yeah.
I think we flipped it. And then we got into the logistics of, what happens if you take your gun away from there? What's going to happen to you as a player? So there was, you know, you're not supposed to walk around a military ship with a firearm in your hand, basically. So, yeah, lots of minor changes there, more for the social experience.
So this is above the rear of the.
If you get tackled by Gunny for trying to walk away with a gun in your hand, that would be fantastic. Just have Marines just pile out of bulkheads, just tackling you to the ground. He's got a gun.
The hangar, not all the way at the back, because it has two lifts that go down to, or one lift that goes down to the. Two?
Yeah,
one each side.
There's one each side that connects with the hangar. So if you're bringing in supplies or getting ready to go out on a long journey into the depths of space, you can, you know, utility vehicle drops the cargo off and you can load up pretty efficiently. Decontamination area before you get into what would be the engine room.
Very different feeling, like we talked about, compared to the rest of the ship.
Yeah, it's the thing with Aegis, we sort of looked at a lot of real-world scientific, I would say, you know, hydrogen colliders, nuclear reactors. CERN was a big sort of inspiration with a lot of the paneling and general sort of feel. And that's continued in the Gauntlet and a lot of the other Aegis ships that you'll see.
And then you'll have seen them dotted around in all the corridors, but there's a lot of wall panels that hold all the components. So whilst we do have some big capital size components like in the engine room, there's a lot of sort of secondary redundancy with all these extra wall panels dotted around. So if one area of the ship goes down, it's not completely scuppered. You can still route power around.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing in the original design document, John, where if life support systems went down on the rear of the ship, there's actually sort of like large bulkheads that close that section of the ship off, so the rest of the ship can survive. So again, you know, thinking about sort of multiplayer aspect, if you were to try and ambush one of these things, I think there's going to be quite a lot of fun to be had.
Yeah, those bulkheads, I think you probably will have seen some of them in the corridors, as we watch big yellowy orange.
Yellowy orange, okay. The layout as well, the engine room, you'll notice, is pretty much, if you were boarding the ship from the hangar, pretty much the most well-protected room of the ship. Again, with that multiplayer feeling in mind. I think going off, do you remember Titan mode? Squadron, not Squadron, Battlefield?
Yeah.
Yes! Yes! The best Battlefield game! Battlefield 2142, baby!
Really just trying to create this sort of layer upon layer until you get to the engine room to make that quite difficult to ultimately disable the ship.
Like we talked about, there's a lot of flow in the interior, but there are those.
What does it mean that that's continued on the Gauntlet and other Aegis ships? The Gauntlet is the Javelin destroyer, the Aegis Javelin destroyer that you serve on in the first segment of Squadron 42. So the Gauntlet is a Javelin.
Areas that have very distinct choke points to get to, like the bridge is one, whilst there is multiple ways to get there, they're quite well defendable, and then the engine room is the other. So those are two areas you really don't want people getting to uninvited.
Yeah.
There's a few ways you can go up to the bridge. There's obviously this lift, but there is also a set of staircases either side. So you have these sort of tactical stations at the back, flanking each side, down on a lower level from the main bridge area.
I think
power.
I would say most proud of on the bridge. There's been a lot of rework done, but you'll notice here the view out. It's pretty spectacular. Removed what would be, you know, the cross frame, which went across the front of the ship, so you got completely unobstructed views out to space. But it still feels chunky and weighty, which it needs to, which is, you know, a success.
Looks great.
So that was a little bit of a director's commentary on the Idris, which hopefully you'll have seen and experienced as part of the event that's been going on in the Persistent universe recently. And as great as the ship looks in the video and the events, there's still quite a bit of work to do before we can give it to players to have for real. Things like resource network, multi-crew gameplay, all these things that make it an actual living, breathing capital ship that you want to run and own. That's pretty much it for now.
Yeah, to echo what John said, hope you enjoyed what you saw. There's still a ways to go with regards to sort of delivering, the ship as a whole for the PU. But I just want to give a shout out to all the teams that have been involved in working on it. I mean, the list is endless. Artists, designers, concept artists, lighting crew, social design, level design. I mean, it's huge. There is literally hundreds of people involved in delivering such an asset to yourselves, and we really hope with the limited time that you get it, that you really enjoy it.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's people at the company that haven't touched it in some way or form over the years. Yeah. It's such a big part of the experience.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the Idris is a delight to behold inside and out, that it's benefited and continues to do so from years of iteration in Squadron 42, that there's still lots to be done beyond the currently fantastic art to bring the gameplay to it that it and its owners deserve, and that when all that is said and done, this is going to be one heck of an addition to the Persistent universe. For Inside Jared Huckabee...
Oh, being Jared Huckabee.
oh no. Is Idris the ship you've been looking for? For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week. Some weeks you have it, some weeks you don't. Stupid.
That was awesome. I don't know what you're talking about, Jared. Muddy. So yeah, that's actually pretty neat. I'm trying to do more analysis on it. I mean, like a couple things to keep in mind is that in Squadron, it is the hero asset. Like the Stanton is a character in the story as much as the player or any of the characters are. It's a place that takes place like a lot of the game, as far as we can tell, takes place on it. So it makes sense that CIG has really just kind of massaged the Idris to really make it pop because it's so important to the story. It would be like the Normandy in Mass Effect, or any of the various ships, the Pillar of Autumn in the first Halo, in Amberclad in Halo 2, and Forward Unto Dawn in Halo 3, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's really cool. And of course, Sandworm confirmed. I forget the name of it. It's got a name for in Star Citizen lore, and it's a cross between a sandworm and a graboid from Tremors, which is classic. So yeah, that looks fantastic. I know not everyone got a chance to play the Idris. I didn't get a chance to do the Idris event, so hopefully you do this. And if you're interested, we are going to be, probably by the time this comes out, it will already be out, but we'll be doing a look at the Idris with Nightcob and Crucian Gaming, both of whom are, one of them is a current naval, it's currently in the Navy, and the other one is a former naval Navy sailor. So to have their kind of takes on the Idris and the Idris event and all that kind of stuff. And both are longtime Star Citizen fans. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this. As always, thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring the stream. HelloFresh is a fantastic service that you can get, meal prep ready to go. You don't have to fuss with it. It'll get sent to your door. You get your meals out, all the parts of it. You get instructions how to cook it. Lots of different options, rotating options. And if you use the code in checkout, you can get 16 free meals. That's somewhere between $35 and $140. It's like off. It's an amazing deal. Plus free dessert for life. As long as you have that subscription, you can get a free dessert. So it's a good service to check it out yourself. Thank you again for sponsoring the stream. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Sorry about that, Loken. Welcome everyone from Loken Stream. I was doing the recording there. Yes, the Valakar. That's what it is. I did a short on it. It was actually one of my best shorts for the Astro Historian. I sent you a message on Discord as well, Loken. Forgot to mention. It was one of those things that I figured out. It's like, I'll do this on. Me and the wife set it up on like Monday or like Sunday, and I was like, I'll tell them to Loken. And then my week has been just face blastingly, head poundingly busy. Thanks. I'm out of water. We go to find out a Xenothreat Idris crashed on an asteroid in Stanton. Oh yeah. Hey, Patches. It reminds me that Doom Part 2 opens tomorrow. Indeed. It opens technically probably the next couple of hours for some people. You already saw it, Valis? Nice. You just got back? Nice. Cam and I are going to go see it tomorrow, so I'm not streaming tomorrow, so we're going to go see it. We're going to go get dinner, and then we're going to go watch the movie. I think it's, I can't remember the showing. It's like a late night showing. It's like one of the later showings. Check this real quick. Crap! Was fun. Lost track of time. Scrambled to get ready for work. Sorry, Fishy. Want to see June on the weekend? Yeah, that's going to be like kind of rough because I don't know how that's going to do. I'm definitely interested. We're going to see an interesting. It's interesting with the release of the server test for server meshing. Like even the 4-hour test. That's such a. I was not expecting it. I was honestly not expecting you to do anything like that until post 3.23. The fact that they're doing it now before 3.23 makes sense in retrospect, but like it's also exciting. It means that they're much further along than I thought they would be. All right, no spoilers. No spoilers for a book that's been out for like 50, 60 years. What do you mean? What does it mean, Vastin? The test? I mean, so it effectively means it's more of a test of the the replication layer than anything else. But it means that, based off of what was been heard, that the replication layer works talking to two separate servers in under one shard. And the fact that they actually have jump points in, it makes me go, oh shit. Like, I figured they didn't even have jump points done yet, but no, they do. It'll be fine where I live. Cinemas are rarely full, even with blockbusters. That's nice. Yes, spoilers. I don't know where the line lies, but 50 years is well past it. You're looking at, what was it, 1950s, 1960s when it came out? Like, Dune is iconic. It's influenced everything you've known. Star Wars was inspired by Dune. Like, entirely inspired. Warhammer 40K is just a ripoff of Dune. 1965, yeah. I would say the two most influential pieces of science fiction literature from the middle 20th century were Dune and Starship Troopers. Like, pretty much everything riffs off of those two. Server meshing, I'm just seeing the title. Yeah. So what they did was they took two servers, one Pyro, one Stanton server, and they put them on the same shard, and then they connected them together with a replication layer, a kind of, the replication layer, separate replication layer. And then they had players in Stanton and players in Pyro. There was 100 people in both of the servers, or like there was a max player cap for 100 in Pyro and 100 in Stanton. And then they had them run around for 4 hours and crashed the server a bunch of times and tried to recover the servers a bunch of times and tried to recover them. There were reports of server recovery being like 30 seconds, 30 to 40 seconds for coming back. So there was jump points in the build that you could go visit, but if you tried to travel through it, it'd crash the server. So like the jump points didn't work, but they did have two servers. Yeah, 30 to 40 seconds for crash recovery. You're not going to see instantaneous recoveries. I think 30 seconds is probably the average of what I would expect for a server recovery. Yes, in tonight's build. 100 players per server, so 200 per shard. Yep. It's good tidings for the release of 3.23 with the replication layer in it. Yeah, it's happening. It's fucking happening. Now, I almost certainly will see that again soon. They'll probably test it again with stuff they've learned. My guess is sometime in March. But I don't think we'll see full jump point server meshing with multiple servers per server or anything like that until after the release of 3.23. So like June would be my guess. June, July. And then after that's been tested, then they'll start, rolling it out for 4.0 sort of thing. So we've now seen replication, recovery letter, and meshing tests in test stages. It's coming. Not only that, GQ bud, G cubed. I get it now. G cubed. But all of those three in the same build, the same test. Replication layer, server meshing, and state and recovery, all in the same build at the same time, functioning. Did you see the Helldiver major mission, whatever? 45 medals to liberate one planet. Bug or bot? Bug? Oh, baby. On Sunday, I'm going to be streaming it, so I'm definitely going to do that. You do realize they're not going to let us take it till the very end, right? A single planet? A single planet. That's like a challenge. That's them throwing down the gauntlet. That's which planet? Is it Clendat 2? Veld. We've almost taken Veld multiple times. Well, you said functioning. It works. It's just not doesn't like we don't know how well it works. From based off of the reports, it works pretty well. So having on tonight, I'm doing great. Corbin Dallas, how you doing? Oh, we're talking about Helldivers 2. Been playing some server meshing test. You can tell us a little bit, Corbin, because you can talk to us. We have heard reports, Corbin Dallas, of 30 to 40 second recovery times for the crash recovery. Oh, it's okay. You're Evo as well. It's good. I believe you can talk about anything, your own experience in it, Corbin and Silky. You just can't show video or anything like that. I'm sure the mechs will help when they release. I don't know when they're going to release. They've been leaking a lot. The mechs for Helldivers 2 has been leaking a lot on the internet, so it's probably really good. Yeah, it's the images and the video. All right, your fun buttons are back on. I'll be right back.
Weapons free, y'all. Good
this shit, I'm out. This shit, I'm out.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
2 words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress bacon.
Woo! You know what's gonna happen, chat? You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna take away the fun button. Fun button's being taken away. Because you abused the fun button. You've abused the fun button. You've abused your privileges. My immersion, though. It also scares YouTube chat. That's not true. It scares about half of YouTube chat. Half of the YouTube chat is okay with it. The other half is just confused. Synth sympathizer. Joel? For those who don't know, the Helldivers 2, it came out that the main game master of Helldivers 2 is named Joel. And apparently he wakes up at like 2 o'clock in the morning just to reinforce. Like when all of you go to bed, he wakes up and goes, "Oh, that bot planet's almost taken. Let's send reinforcements in. Go fuck yourselves." Hey, Axis. Fucking Joel's killing us in Botnam. Kinji says, "Hi, Luna." He's not the only DM. He's the main DM. But yeah, I like the idea that it's a guy named Joel. I still contend that because apparently I'm already being like sent around. Like people are already sending my video around to the Helldivers communities, being like, "Hey, this guy's a lore guy. He's like the lore guy for Helldivers 2." And I'm like, I've done one video. But I'd do more because fucking freedom never sleeps, baby. Those freedom, democracy, and liberty addicts who like to plunge head first into hell are they fucking love the video. It is my like third best video, and it just doesn't want to die. It's been increasing in views as it's gone along. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta do more lore videos. I'll probably do one on the weapons, on the various weapons. That qualifies you because the lore guys haven't stopped playing long enough to make any. There are a couple. I am actually astounded by the kinds of people who are making lore videos now. Like all of the Halo lore folks are making lore videos for Helldivers. What's his name? He's got a Doge pick as his profile, and he does a lot of Halo and Mass Effect and Star Wars lore. Can't remember the name of him off the top of my head. He's one of the bigger ones, like one of the biggest channels for lore out there. Not Sawmonk. Yeah, there is a dynamic Helldivers campaign going on. So that's what the game is. The game is a dynamic campaign where you're fighting against where like the GMs are trying to like manipulate stuff. So Eckhart's Ladder, thank you. Eckhart's Ladder did a lore video, a lore summary on Helldivers. The only thing that's the difference between me and all these other folks is that I did it a day before the game launched. As far as I know, there was only one other deep dive lore video on Helldivers 2 that released one day before mine did. So part of me is like, you motherfuckers, you fair weather motherfuckers. But then, you know, my true democratic, managed democracy patriot side kicks in and goes, yes, more lore for the front. It's good. I'm glad more people are getting involved in the lore stuff. So. Part of me is jealous because it's like you got 100,000 views on your lore video in 24 hours, and it's like, yeah, but it's Eckhart's ladder. Of course he gets 100,000 views. That's just the people who watch his videos, regardless. Hey, Starmaniac. I feel like Joel upped the difficulty across the board. Yeah, because they didn't realize they'd have this many people. You flew into Kansas. Are your arms tired? Hard on Botnom is like what 7 used to be. Oof. Oof. They've just upped the I don't know if I like that. I liked being able to play on hard and like just be okay. But my existential dread aside, I do want to thank HelloFresh for sponsoring the stream. They're a fantastic service. We're going to take a look at HelloFresh right now. Okay, HelloFresh.com. All right, I'm going to log in with my wonderful, is it this? Okay. So, this is what the meals are for all of these. I'm going to do carbs, not Carb Smart. Is there Calorie Smart or something like that? Hot this week, quick meals, breakfast, dessert, sides. Is there more? Oh, yeah, there is. Let me scroll. There we go. Weekly essentials, breakfast, quick meals. Okay. So I'm probably not going to do veggie. So let's do easy prep and cleanup, right? Because we don't want to do too much. We've got 1 pot black bean and pepper soup. Not too much. Sesame, ginger, edamame, and cabbage rice. Probably no. Salmon, I can't add. That's a hard no. A lot of these seem. What I like the one pan pork stir fry. It looks good. The bean soup is, yeah. Shrimp again. Shawarma might be good. Breakfast sandwiches, sweet chili. The onion flatbread ain't too bad idea. Let's go with Carb Smart. Maybe we could do some Carb Smart. Toasted turkey and black bean flautas. Steak with mushroom cream sauce. I might do that. I like the chicken prosciutto with wrapped asparagus. They do have pizza-ish zucchini and tomato flatbread. Sweet and smoky pork fillet might be an option. Okay, so looking at this right now, I think the chicken wrapped asparagus, the pork fillet, the steak with mushroom sauce, and maybe the toasty black bean flautas. Okay. So, looks good, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, and that's the thing, is like all of these, like they have rotating meals, like you can do hot this week, quick meals, even breakfasts, right? I love these, like these egg bites. These are great ones. And they have veggie options, right, for vegetarian. And of course you can do all meals. But what they do is they will send you these, actually I might do that one too. Chicken, sausage, and bologna. No. Actually, no. Definitely this. They will send you the ingredients for all of these. Now, sometimes you have to have some stuff on hand, like oil or some spices. But usually they have everything you need in the package ready to go. So you can make some really good meals at a pretty decent price, too. So I'm going to do a poll. So new poll. I'm going to say, what is Paul going to cook on stream next Wednesday? All right, so the options are going to be the chicken with asparagus, steak with mushroom cream sauce, sweet smoky pork fillet, or the toasty turkey and black bean flautas. I'm going to run this for about 5 minutes. And you are going to choose. What are Vanduul afraid of? Failure. It's the only thing they're afraid of. Paul, tell us about your experience. Are you a picky person? How does it work for you? For like this sort of thing? I'm not too picky, but there's certain things I stay away from. Like I'm not much of a seafood eater. The reason I wouldn't do the one pot black bean and pepper soup is that it's a little spicy, and while I'm okay with it, I don't know if my wife is okay with it. And I don't mind doing bean dishes a lot, but I often, if we're going to do a lot of bean dishes, it should have some sort of protein with it, and that's a recipe for lots of gas. My wife loves edamame. I'm not much of a fan of it. So yeah, there's a couple of things, but mostly it's good protein, and staying away from some seafood. That's about it. I rented a Malibu. I kind of like it. That's good. To the evacuate missions, they've always been bad. And I think the reason why they've been bad is because they're so frustrating. They're not fun. That's definitely something they need to work on. So right now, it looks like the steak with mushroom cream sauce is the one that's winning with 6 votes. Still got some time for it to come out. You'd be surprised, Kinja. Like Key Ninja. There, I get it. It's. I've had their steak in the past, and I've had like male steak before. Pretty good. It's easily up there with store-bought quality, if not a little bit better. How you doing, Captain David? What kind of ships do you think CIG will release this year? I think they'll pick up a lot of the leftover scraps from last year and anything they can do with the current releases. So like they'll probably release a lot of older ships in terms of updated status, like the MPUV, the Retaliator, those sorts of things where like they added like modularity and stuff to them. But there's definitely ways of making those fun. The way they can make those fun, because they do the same thing with the scientist missions. Those are basically the same missions, only the escort missions are all like clustered. What I would do is the same thing. Make it a very defensible area with lanes that are very clear and like highlighted lanes where you have a lot of firing room there. So it's a defend mission where like they can come in, but you can shoot them as they come in. But because they're coming in waves, it's a lot harder to hold them back. And then every so often, like drop ships will drop them right down on top of you. So you kind of have to do both. The problem is they just kind of spawn at the entrance, and then they're just there, and then like 15 drop ships drop on top of you. That's just not fun. But yeah, I think CIG is going to go with whatever scraps they can, with some newer ideas here and there that they can do in game, and anything that's in the backlog that's easier to do. Obviously, the Polaris is going to be one of those. We'll see. The Zeus will come out. I'd hope we'd see the Apollo, but I think the Apollo may be one of those things where they wait until the Retaliator and the MPUV is finished, and then they release the Apollo. All right, let's view the results. And the winner is steak with mushroom cream sauce with 7 votes. So I'm going to go down there, find the steak with mushroom cream sauce. Where are you, steak with mushroom cream sauce? There you are, and I'm going to add it. Customizable side, carrots, or asparagus. I'm going to do asparagus because it's steak. It adds a little bit more money, but that's fine. We'll do carrots. Carrots are good. Add. Okay. Let's see what we got. So this should be coming on Tuesday, March the 5th. So I'm getting the chicken sausage capavini. No, I'm going to change that as well. Hold on, real quick. And change that to, what was number 2? The flautas. For that. And it's done. Never had asparagus. Asparagus was great. Yeah. Yeah, gaming studios are laying off a lot of good people. It sucks. And to kind of explain why that sucks is that a lot of people, like the people who are getting laid off, are institutional knowledge. These are people who probably aren't going to be able to rebound, everyone to rebound to a new job. So a lot of them are just disappearing. Some of them may found their own studios, and some of them will find other jobs in the industry, but others may just disappear. And as a result, all of that knowledge, all of that experience, all of that time and effort and patience that's gone into games that you probably love are just going to disappear. And it sucks. It's one of those things that happens like a lot. It happens often, especially when part of the industry, because like whenever a game finishes, almost everyone gets fired from whatever job they're working on. But to the levels and intensity that we're seeing is just insane. 600 plus people at EA, 900 people at Sony. People who've made like award-winning games that have made absolutely fuck tons of money. I mean, people who've worked on Star Citizen, people who worked at Firesprite are just getting like axed.
You want to dance?
Hey, Becky. How you doing, Becky? Welcome, everyone, from Becky's Stream. My name is Paul Berserker1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch. Welcome to the office hours. This is where we kind of just talk about news, lore, and more of Star Citizen, and it's a hangout AMA stream for it. So we come in peace. Shoot to kill, shoot to kill. How you doing, Becky? What were you up to? We're kind of talking a little bit about the video game industry layoffs and how kind of sad it is. But at least the corporate executives are safe, yeah. If I recall correctly, the layoffs are based off of suspicions that something might bad happen. Yeah, they're worried that there's going to be a downturn in the industry, but it's a heck of a cut. I'm okay. It's been a rough week for just in general, but I'm good. I'm surviving. Personally, I only have a week left of school, and then I have spring break, so I've got an entire week off, so I'm like... But, that means... It also means that I'm coming towards the end of the year, so... We should get a new helmet? Yeah, I should at some point get a new helmet. Sounds like a real self-fulfilling prophecy part of the suits. Well, like, the problem is that I think it's pretty obvious that the suits have been pushing. They pushed a lot of games recently, which were not finished, and because they put a lot of pressure on a lot of devs, and a lot of games underperformed based off of their own anticipation. Like, there's just not been a lot of profit going around. And as a result, the suits are looking around for what to cut because they didn't make as much profit as they hoped. And the people they see to cut are the people who made the games. And so they can go, well, I can cut them because I don't need them because they didn't make a good game. But it's like, what? Yeah, so many games and movies are way over budget. It's way over budget and nobody asked for them and they're like really overblown. And the problem, like the problem with movies and television shows is that they don't compensate the people who work on them well enough. So like if a writer isn't going to get residuals from streaming, they're going to give you, they're going to act their wage and they're going to give you a story that you pay for. Rather than something, they're not going to put their heart and soul into something that's going to make somebody else rich and that they're just going to maybe get another job based off of it. It's better for them to keep it on time within the scope and hit all of the expectations that they've been hired to do. There's no reason to go over that. There's no reason to question it because you're not being paid to. So who gives a shit? And that's the reason why you have such lackluster kind of backwards bad projects that come out because writers don't have an incentive to write. Same thing with directors and to a lesser degree actors. It's like if you're not having an incentive to do well, either because of personal pride or money, there's no point. And I think it's the same thing you're seeing with the video game industry. It's like, why would you want to bust your ass for a company that's making a bunch of money, that's like making you do a fuck ton of work, that you're getting paid garbage wages compared to even your peers in other industries? How about one of those Xenothreat helmets? Like, print one out? Maybe. I don't think it's just they overhired during the pandemic. They overhired during the pandemic, and then they underperformed. $400 for an episode? That's a joke. That is a joke. To give you a context for writing, I am not a professional scriptwriter in any way, shape, or form. I've taken a couple of classes and I've worked with like playwrights and people who've actually done it for a living and kind of worked with them, and I've done okay. But like, perks of the school I went to. But I'm not a professional. And I can't tell you, like, a She-Hulk episode is about an hour. So it's about the same length in terms of script, maybe a little bit longer than my complete history of Star Citizen lore videos. And I don't have to, you don't have to do as much research, but I'm sure there's still a lot of like working and workshopping and working, that kind of stuff. It takes me at least 40 hours to write one of those. One draft. And then going back and looking it over, catching the little problems, little issues, and like reviewing it. And that's me being unprofessional. Like, I'm not a professional. It would take a professional script writer probably at least 2 weeks to go over it. So it's like, hey, here's $400 for 2 weeks worth of work. Go fuck yourself. Like, Jesus Christ, go fuck yourself. No, but I mean, like, the reason why, if you didn't like She-Hulk because of the writing, look at what they paid the writers to do, and then you understand why that writing was so bad. Yeah, like if you don't like She-Hulk or the latest Lord of the Rings series, figure out, like, go look up what their writers were paid. I guarantee you it was garbage. Like, the reason why you have bad television shows and bad movies for these mass-produced products is because they're paying their creators slave wages. Basically, every game I've been excited about in the past 3 to 4 years has launched busted as fuck. Worse than the game, it was the sequel, and post-launch support has been dog shit. I would say there is some exceptions. CD Projekt Red has done pretty well with Cyberpunk. Like, obviously, No Man's Sky is a big hit for that same reason, but those were made by studios that had control over the IP and were like kind of doing it more as a passion project. There was no studio executive saying, we have the Marvel license, make a Marvel game, you know, or a Star Wars license, make a Star Wars game. So the residual check he received was $396. That's still nuts. That's a joke. Why would you put in effort for you know, you get paid money and then you get, you know, residuals? That's like YouTube money. A talented writer who has decent editing skills could probably make a YouTube video that would get $396 a month on that video. I would disagree. Cyberpunk was pretty busted at release. It's great now. That's what I mean, though. It was busted at release, Carlton, but its post-launch support was better. Same with No Man's Sky. Because the comment was that it was busted at release and then post-launch support was ass. It's like there is some exceptions where, yeah, it was busted at launch, but it was better afterwards. So if it was good, it would net more residuals? No, it's more of a chicken and egg situation where the thing is that writer almost certainly knew they weren't going to get much residuals, if any. So why would you put in work and effort for something that you're going to get more money on down the line? Like, one of the reasons why I do the complete history of Star Citizen lore videos is I like doing them, but it also is a nice incentive to know that that number go up in terms of, like, I know that they're popular videos that I do, and over time, they're going to get more views as time goes along, as more people see Star Citizen. So I'm incentivized to ensure that that video is as good as it can be, and that my writing is as tight as it can be, because I know that I'm going to be judged by it for probably years to come. Same thing happens with writing for any sorts of medium. If you're a writer for a television show, you know that this is going to be syndicated. Especially if it's going to be like passed around a lot, you want to focus on telling a story that's tight, that you're going to be remembered for in 7 years. Because not only will it make you better, you know, like people will sing your praises as a writer, but you also will make money off of it. It's good if people want to watch it. Money is a powerful motivator. But if you're told, hey, write this script, we're not going to give you shit, it doesn't make you really incentivized to write anything. Larian, I mean, Helldivers had some problems that it was suffering from success. From Arrowhead and Palworld. Those are all great examples of games that when, in terms of functioning, they work great. Yeah, see, BG3 and Helldivers had the same problem. Or like, there's some problems, there's some rough spots, but they worked them out pretty quickly. With Marvel, it's about exposure. You're willing to be fucked over for exposure, and it's aged poorly. Yeah. But, you know, it's important to understand motivations. You know, writers are motivated by things as much as artistic talent. They're also motivated by, can I fucking eat this month? Because not a lot of people are going to pay writers a lot of money, because a lot of people don't see value in writers, which is a shame. Same thing with like artists and editors and, there's a reason why most television and movie sets are heavily unionized, because they used to pay the people who held the boom mics absolutely fucking nothing. Because it's like anyone can do that. And it's like, no, not anyone can hold a boom mic the right way at the right angle and understand the concept of like how sound travels. Like people who operate cameras and move things around are absolute legends. They are very good at what they do and they train at what they do. They are people who like move props and stuff. They're fucking amazing. But everyone takes advantage of them, which is why they union the fuck up.
My space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Now, don't get mad at, you know, invisible enemies when something you like is bad. Get mad at the people responsible for it.
Wikipedia just resubscribed for 17 months. Thanks to Atsenale for my sub gift.
Thank you so much for that. That sub, 17 months of support. Oh, nice. How you doing, Wacka? I've been hearing good things from people about the launch of the server meshing. I've heard glowing reports from people. Busy, I can imagine. For those of you who don't know, Wacka is one of the people who's been... Wacka does the messages of the day and does a lot of the stuff with the deployment and stuff like that. So, and Wacka has been a Star Citizen fan for as long as Star Citizen has been around. The head writers of She-Hulk made approximately $6,000 an episode. The person who paid $400 was an intern. Still way too little money. That's $6,000. Not that much. That's not a lot of money. There's what, 8 episodes? So even if all of them made $6,000, that's less than. And the shooting schedule, they probably had to be on set for shooting schedule and corrections too. They probably had a schedule around shooting as well to be there. They probably didn't just write and fuck off. Probably pre-production as well. That's easy, like 6 months to a year for $6,000 per episode. Let me do the math. The other race in what? Be more specific. In Star Citizen, in Helldivers, $48,000 for a year. It's less than I make. And 9 episodes. Okay. So it's still $54,000 a year. It's about what I make. A little bit less than what I make. Honestly, I think you give the She-Hulk writers a bit too much credit for the work they put in. You get what you pay for, man. It's the answer. Nobody made them take the job, though. Yeah. But also no one told them they had to write good. using She-Hulk because that's the numbers that are out there. It's example because She-Hulk is a derided series. It is a universally derided series by lots of different people. And the general consensus that people have is that because of the people who they hired or because of their political leanings is the reason why it was bad. And I've always been a person who says that's bullshit. Anyone with any political leanings can do decent writing. It's a matter of a lot of different factors. Nepotism is a factor, skill, time, and also pay. And the honest to God fact is that pay for most creatives is fucking awful. Just dog shit awful. And it's like, if you're wondering why bad things are happening, do you want to know why video games are releasing broke? Do you know why movies are boring and like overpriced? Do you know why video games are going up to like $6, $69.99 like per pop? It has nothing to do with the costs of running shit. It's because of executives and managers not knowing what the fuck they're doing or absolutely abusing the people they have. It's poor management. Straight up. When you see those sorts of things happening, it's poor management. People make mistakes. That happens a lot. But, like, it's sad when you see 900, 600, thousands of people who work in an industry getting fired because their boss sucks. It's not, Octavian. It really isn't. It's just a boogeyman. It's a boogeyman used by political people to make you, to get you mad about stuff. That's what it is. Yeah, and it's not that, like, the people, why are the costs and things happening? It's not because the people who are making the video games are getting that money. It's because the investors want more money. They don't just want money, they want more money. They want infinite growth money. Yeah, CIG is hiring. But CIG can't shoulder the entire industry. As is proved out, because even CIG had to let people go. But like CIG lets like 10 people go and people lose their minds when you take a look at companies like Sony and EA, who have thousands of people letting out thousands of people. It's like, what the fuck is happening? Everyone is responsible for their life choices, especially adults. Yeah, but there's also... I'm not going to get too far into that. But there's also a bit of an element of people being taken advantage of for their passions. Because that happens a lot. You know, a musician who just likes to write music. They love just to play music. They love to see people who watch them play music. They get some popularity. They get some like boost, and like they don't know how to deal with financials. And so somebody comes in, sees a target, takes them in, and then absolutely fucks them in terms of the money making. And then they have a situation where they're like, I don't know how to make money. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm just like they are super popular, but they make $0 because they got screwed over. You know, 3D artists love their job. They fell in love with it because of watching movies or animation or video games, and they start getting really good at it. They go to get a job in the industry, and they know it's rough. They know it's hard. It's not easy. And they get a job and they work their asses off, and they manage to pull it out of their ass. This amazing product, and 6 months later they get fired. Why? Because the company needed to have good Q1 earnings numbers. And you're just the low man on the totem pole. Go get fucked. Like, people get taken advantage of. 100%. Their passions get absolutely taken advantage of. The same thing. Like, Marvel was notorious for like, you get to write for Marvel. You get to put that on your resume. And then like overworking their VFX artists to death. So I can't imagine working as a writer for that same for that same like company is a wonderful experience. Like that guy in ISC who profiled the distribution centers. Like, hey, what's your favorite part of DC? It's that they're almost finished. Needs a vacate. Yeah, that man needs a tall drink and a beach vacation. I'm not going to get too far into that discussion. It's just one of those things that I'm married to a writer. Her book is just coming out. And having seen all of these sorts of things happen in other industries and hearing the horror stories from other writers about stuff like that, it scares the fuck out of me. Because I know my wife wants to work as, like, that's what she wants to do. She wants to be a writer as her career. She wants to be able to write books and make money living off of the residuals and other things she does from writing. But I also know that's a very, very difficult job, and it's stressful, and you can easily get taken for a ride if not everything's perfect. And it absolutely scares the fuck out of me from a personal perspective. And then having friends in the video game industry, having learned a lot about the video game industry over the last 10 or so years, and getting to meet developers, many of whom I followed for years in the past, and their work, and just hearing the fucking horror stories. It's like, god damn. Yeah, writers do. I mean, like, everyone gets taken advantage of, and it's such a shitty thing. Yeah, I don't know if my wife's told me how much she makes in profits from her book. It's not a lot. Considering the cost of it, it's not a lot. So she's a first-time author. Her first book is being published in April. I think it's like April 26th. It's called Panic Eyes. So, but she's been writing since she was little. She's already working on her second novel. So. Andrew, it's also important to note that CIG has multiple teams that work on things, so we don't know if the people who are working on the distribution centers will continue to work on it, or if there'll be another team that does the overlays in different variants. Because that's happened in the past too, where CIG will develop something, like one team will develop something and another team will pick it up and then use those tools and the basis and then iterate on it further. Like most of the mission types we have now, that have been introduced, were built by the mission like feature team. But they'll build like one mission as a tech demo of it, and then the sandbox teams will take those the modules that they build for those missions, and then make new missions out of those using the modules. So like things like Siege of Orison, Jump Town. A lot of those have been taken, like they took those elements and they kind of made new stuff. So, you buy an early copy? Yes. The pre-orders will be coming out next week. I think. So I'll have the link on my stream, and I'll post it on social media and stuff like that. So it's interesting. It's 695 CIG employees. Was 695 what? What are we talking about? Oh, I was talking about my wife is a writer. Her first book is coming out in April. It's actually more than that. Do you know? There's a lot more than 695 CIG staff. It's 1,100 now because they bought out Turbulent, so now Turbulent's part of the team too. So there are over 1,000 people at CIG. And maybe like Manchester has 695. But as somebody who as for a 2025 release, who the fuck is saying that CIG is going to come out in 2020, or like Star Citizen is going to come out in 2025? If you're taking that from pipeline sources, trust me, bro. Like, here, listen, you hear from me. Trust me, bro. Star Citizen is going to be turned into a mobile game. Confirmed by nobody. Well, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen aren't the same game. Squadron 42 is mostly being made by the developers in Manchester. So I don't know how the head of the PU and the people in Austin working on Star Citizen affect the release of Squadron 42. Star Citizen's already a mobile game. The Play Store is accessible from my phone. I think Squadron 42 is probably coming out in 2025, to be honest. My hope for Squadron 42's release is that it's coming out in the summer of 2025, so like June of 2025. But I fear it's going to come out in the winter of 2025, and like that's a death sentence for the game. Because, like, releasing anytime around GTA 6, I don't care that GTA 6 is only coming out on consoles. Like, that thing is going to be a multi-million... That's going to be a multimedia black hole. Hey, Liquid! Thank you so much, TV Liquid, for that raid. Welcome, everyone, to Liquid Stream. My name is Paul, Zerko1, Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. We're talking a little bit of lots of stuff. We're kind of going to wrapping up the end. We still got some time left, but we've been talking a little bit about a lot of stuff. Mostly Star Citizen, though. We talked about lore, news. We went through the ISC. We talked about the server meshing testing, baby. Server meshing's being tested. Fuck yeah. Do I think that Squadron 42 is going to be released bug-free? No. No game is released bug-free. I actually think the pipeline rumors are probably a little accurate, but it's more about beta in 2025 than full release 2025. I don't know where they, because like this is the same people who said that they were going to have base building version 1 in March. People forget about that. Like the same people, their same sources said that CIG was going to release the first versions of base building in 2024 in Q1. It's like CIG never said any of that. Maybe somebody at CIG was very eager, but that doesn't bode well if that's your source. Yeah, they said R&D in Q1. They only said R&D. What I'm saying is that Pipeline, the former Leaks subreddit, had a big expose where they said that like the plan was based off a rumor that they were going to have the first version of base building in Q1 of 2023. 2024, I'm sorry, 2024, 3.23. It's just like, yeah, I know. They said they were starting the dev of base building, but I mean, like, the rumor mill was that there was going to be released. Part 1 of an early version was going to be released in Q1. Pipeline is being Mike Sparksified. Yeah. So that's the problem about saying like, oh yeah, well, Squadron Star Citizen is going to release in 2025. I'm like, what? Are you high? T0 base building, parking your ship on the ground and bed logging. I'm sorry, independent speaker. I'm sure they'll have more showing for 2024, but I think it'll probably be more early experimentation stuff at CitizenCon. I don't think we'll see in-depth work. And you know, Todd Pappy was the one who announced it, and Todd Pappy's no longer working for CIG, so I don't know whose baby that thing is now. So could have been somebody else. We don't know. CIG does what it usually does in January, and they've completely reworked how they approach the project. One of the things that seems to be a very change, and this is important to kind of note, is that they'll probably talk a little bit more about it in the future, but a couple of factors and a couple of mentions in the monthly report are important to note. One is that they've basically taken most of the teams that were separate for Star Citizen development, outside of, say, I think AI, engines, SFX, those kind of things. Most of the people that deal with missions, sandbox, the various like gameplay portions of Star Citizen, they're all gone. They're dead. They broke those teams up, and they seem to be putting those teams into strike teams. So people from different development disciplines put together to work on a specific aspect. You know, like EVA and interaction system, or, you know, whatever. We've seen that with Team Kine or Kane. Hey, Citizen Her, how you doing? Wait, Top Happy left? Yeah. We don't know why. There's been no statements on it, but yeah. Sorry, Game Crouton. That is not my. I don't control the number of ads that Twitch uses. Game Crouton. Twitch just does that. That is not my. That is not my control.
them biddies.
Thank you, Billy. 2 names for them biddies. Lore Team Patrick. Yeah. So, like, those are important things to take away because that's a huge shakeup. And that's another reason why we know that is why it's a huge shakeup is Jake is pretty forward about their attempts at managing, like, to get information. Jake is pretty much an open book. If you manage to talk with him on Discord or in Spectrum, they will be very upfront with you about everything they know and everything they can say. And it's pretty what you see is what you get kind of thing. And if you talk to Jake about why the progress tracker isn't in, Jake is basically like they entirely rewrote how they do things. And Jake's job, one of their jobs, they've got many jobs, is to go to each person, like to go through all of the JIRA, to pull the JIRA, and I think it's the JIRA, and like use the JIRA as a base to kind of handwrite all of the updates for the progress tracker. But they've had a hard time because they've been restructuring, which means that they haven't been updating the JIRA. Almost certainly it's because they're still trying to onboard people with these new teams, which is unusual for February, almost March now, because like usually they do it in January, but this is a hell of a shakeup with bringing people in from Squadron 42 and changing people's jobs up from the regular PU to mix everything together. So like these sorts of things kind of indicate, at least to my untrained, mostly just lightly experienced eyes, that CIG is trying to target approach development for specific things. So instead of building a tool and then passing it on to the next group and then, that kind of thing, they're getting those teams that would normally be separate, setting them down and having them build, implement, test, and release one thing all at once. So you'd have like a UI person, a mission team person, an animation person, and a QA, and they would work on a mission, right? Just boom. Jira should be updated on a regular basis as a management tool, but it could mean that like the honest to God Jira hasn't been updated because they're still incorporating the people from the different disciplines together. So they're still trying to work out the workflow with them. So. So, and that leads to evidence of like what CIG's restructuring really is. It's a pretty intensive thing. They're trying to update Jira, but they're busy onboarding a shitload of new people and staff on their teams. Yeah, and seeing the people who've left the Austin, most of them were from Austin team or from North American's team. They left. It's almost a lot of them were high level folks. And it's almost certainly because they're trying to move a lot of the high-level stuff to Manchester. Jared was moved to Manchester for that same reason. Because they had a TV studio in Manchester that they were building, so they wanted to move the team over there. And not everyone necessarily was able to move, but I think a lot of people were. Yeah, Jared's been in England for like 2 years. He's been in the UK for like 2 years now, maybe longer. Since ISC, you probably saw Jared like at the site of the Manchester being constructed, which was like, is it 2020? So has he been there for 4 years now? Is the end of COVID? I think so, yeah. Like 2021, well, the end of COVID. 2022. This is why I find development fascinating with Star Citizen, because when you peek into some of these things and you start figuring out how the psychology of how CIG is thinking, you can glean little insights into what's going on, and you can kind of refine that understanding the more CIG talks and the more you look into it. It's by far, obviously not like 100% foolproof, but when it doesn't work, it usually means something massive has happened. Like someone's left, or some big breakthrough's been happening, or something like that. Yeah, I know, fuck, ended. I feel my hype is more with Squadron 42. I can't wait for marketing begins for that. It'll be interesting to see so many new players. Hand on heart, my expectation for Squadron 42 is that it'll create a completely separate community from Star Citizen. Mark my words. The community that follows and plays Squadron 42 is going to be wholly distinct from the Star Citizen community. And I can almost guarantee you they will not like each other. There'll be definitely some float-betweens. I think there'll be a large majority of float-betweens with the communities, but I think the most vocal and advocate...
Hey, a tip!
Luna, super chatted $7.43. 10 Canadian dollars from Luna Maria. A tip for our favorite pub bartender. I always enjoy me Thursday AstroPub crawl lol.
Thank you so much, Luna, for that 10 Canadian dollars. You're a very important pubber. You rock. Thank you for that. I'm glad you're entertained. So, what are you going to compare Squadron 42 to, right? Like, what kind of game is Squadron 42? Well, Squadron 42 is a single-player game. It's a narrative experience, which is probably going to have some shifting timelines, or not timelines, like endings, so you might have some replayability. It's pretty long. It's anywhere between 20 and 40 hours, possibly even longer, depending on what rumors you listen to. Last time we heard definitive, it was a maximum of around 40 hours. So it's a pretty long game for a single-player game, the style it is. What other games are similar to that? Like Mass Effect, Elder Scrolls-ish, those are much bigger games, but like, that sort of kind of style of game. So like Mass Effect, Bethesda games, since CIG has taken so much inspiration from Dark Souls, I wouldn't be surprised. It might take a little bit of Dark Souls stuff in that. Dude, I'm getting more and more excited for Squadron 42 as we go. It's even making me want to actually play the Wing Commanders. CIG, like, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say the controversial thing. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. Get your cringes out, y'all. Get your cringes out. All right? Get mad at me. Squadron 42 is the Dark Souls of space games. Good night. Like Armored Core 6 is the Dark Souls of mech games? I mean, yeah. So for those of you who are confused, in the gaming industry, it's done to death where a reviewer will say something to the effect of, insert game here is the Dark Souls of this genre. It is so overused and cliche to the point where it doesn't make any sense. But actually, legitimately, Chris Roberts talks about what inspired him to make Squadron 42 and Star Citizen was Demon Souls. He played Demon Souls when he was producing movies but not making them and not making video games. And that really inspired him. He liked the difficulty, like how the difficulty functioned and how it worked. And I think he said something to the effect of it, like it's very similar to the old Wing Commanders. It's all in the Death of a Spaceman document that he wrote. if you follow the Squadron 42 monthly reports, it is very, very clear that like CIG took that to heart. It's like if you took the sort of difficulty and structure, because like just like Dark Souls, there is no saves. You want to save the game, you have to sleep. There's almost certainly not going to be in between saves in the missions. Like you're not going to be able to save scum. You got to find that fucking bonfire if you want to save. So either CIG is going to have a save point that's manual, or like the old wing commanders, you got to sleep in a bunk. Squad 42 Souls like, yeah. Yeah. Where did they say you'd be able to play offline? The launcher lets you download the game, but I don't believe the launcher has to be connected to the internet to function. Because you can still be on the launcher offline. You just, when you hit launch game, it won't connect. If I remember correctly. Most of that clip is the empty chair. That's the point. Game Crouton, I'm going to be very, very, very blunt with you. The Wing Commander movie isn't good. But it's fun. If you want to watch a fun B movie with some crazy 90s action, it's hard to pick a worse choice. It's like a solid B. It's like a classic B. But I do like backlogging, so I'll be like, yeah. Squad 48 DRM must be logged in, calling it now. I wouldn't be surprised. That's something I'd see CIG doing. Space action with Fred and Shaggy. Yep. Freddie Prinze Jr. and what's his name from Scream, who played Shaggy in the live action Scooby-Doo movies. Matthew Lillard, yeah. Freddie Prinze Jr. and Matthew Lillard. Like Zoink Scoob. We gotta go fight the Kilrathi. I've heard that he doesn't like the movie because of how it was. It's different. I feel like if Chris Roberts approached Matthew Lillard to act in like say Squadron 42 Part 2, I don't think he'd be against it, but I can definitely see him not being okay with it necessarily. I like the decision between good movies and entertaining movies. You won't be you will be entertained with the Wing Commander movie. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, so that's what I mean by when I say Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are going to have completely different communities, because Squadron 42 at its core is a single-player game, and it's going to have those single-player game aesthetics, which are not the same. Like what kind of games do people compare Star Citizen to? They compare them to like Tarkov, to No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous. They'll compare them to I guess to Eve. Most of those are multiplayer games. Right? They're multiplayer, you interact with other people, modern PvP games. But almost certainly the kinds of people who play Mass Effect aren't going to play Tarkov. there's probably crossover. I'm sure those of you who are watching right now say, hey, that's me. And you're right, Jim. That is you. Congratulations. You get a gold star, Jim. Don't worry, your boss isn't watching right now. You're good. But but I don't think there's a huge crossover with it. So I think you're going to see a situation where people will be quoting Squadron 42. They'll be like, "Hey, remember that funny time when Luke Skywalker punched you out, or when Luke Skywalker decked Director Krennic with the help of Sala, with the help of Gimli." Like, there'll be stuff like that. People will make memes about it, and I think there'll be some crossover with Star Citizen because it's the same universe. But I also think there'll be a portion of the Star Citizen universe, like right now, who are very mad about it existing. Maybe even mad that it takes the attention away from Star Citizen. And then if Star Citizen starts getting more support rather than Squadron, as like people are waiting for the second release of Squadron 42's second episode or the second like installment. A lot of people are like, when the fuck's coming out? Or like, I don't give a fuck about a goddamn MMO. Give me my goddamn, I need to know what happened in the goddamn story, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, he's your main wingman as far as we can tell. He plays Colonel Old Man Colton. I think it's Lieutenant Colonel. Old Man Steve Colton. Based off of, if I remember correctly, and no one's corrected me this so far, but I think that the mocap was done before the split happened in Squadron 42's script. So yeah, I don't think, like, obviously the reshoots and stuff like that, but I do think a lot of them are coming in there. Yeah. Yeah, mocap. Well, so for those of you who don't know, originally Squadron 42 was one game. And when Aaron Roberts was finally convinced to come in and bring his whole crew over to help Chris make the game, he took one look at the script and said, no. Bad. No. No. This is far too much. It was something like 2 or 3 times. The shooting script was 2 to 3 times the size of a Hollywood production. It was nuts. It was huge. And I can't remember if the shooting script was done and filmed before Aaron came on and did that split or after. I want to say it was after, but I'm not too sure. Now, just like anything, the Squadron 42 that was written and filmed in 2015, 2016, not the same game that's coming out in whenever it comes out, 2025, 2026, whatever. Not at all the same game. There's been changes. There's probably been changes to mission layouts and all these sorts of things. So they've had to do reshoots and probably re-recording and that kind of stuff. And they probably will have to do pickup shots and pickup lines for different, in the future, for future versions as well. But we don't know how many of the people who are in Squadron 42 are in the second installment. Is the Stanton system in-game? So this is where I'm going to have to caveat something. For those of you who are newer, hi, I'm Paul Shelley, and I'm an idiot. The long story short is, I have spoiled myself and know the entirety of the basic plot and a lot of the plot points of Squadron 42. Because I'm stupid. Like, I've known how the game started for years, but I haven't said anything because I know people would get mad if I started talking to people about the game starts at the Battle of Vega 2. Because when I found that out, my mind was fucking blown because I knew the lore. I was like, wait, no. What? Because a lot of the early kind of hype for, Answer the Call 2016 was all about the battle for Vega 2. Like the first trailer for Squadron 42 outside of the pitch trailer was the Bishop speech. That was the impetus for the Bishop speech. And you're like, okay, so cool. So we're going to be fighting this war because of this event that happened in the past. When I found out, You were fighting in that battle. My thought was like, oh, fuck you. Fuck you. We get to fight that crazy shit? No way. And I knew exactly how it was going to go based off of the other information I knew. But I didn't want to tell anybody, and now we know that's the case because it's been basically out. So, a walking potential spoiler person? Yeah. Yeah, I personally know Mark Hamill, yeah. So I don't know the details about star systems. I do know that there are star systems mentioned. A couple of them are mentioned in the scripts. So there's more than one. But I don't want to say all of them. I can tell you the ones that are confirmed are Vega and Odin. Those are the two confirmed ones. But I don't think we're going to see all of the Vega system. We're probably just going to see Vega 2. Have I done a video on Vega 2? The planet, the system, or the battle? The answer is no for none of them, for any of them. Yeah, they showed Bishop standing over the wreckage years ago. We'll watch the Hold the Line trailer. Well, at least the start of it. Kebble says, this is my gripe currently. We cannot have the Idris in the current shape because it would spoil something in Squadron 42. Just as you said, Starcitizen players already play a certain way. I don't see Squadron 42 having an effect on those players. They released the Reclaimer years ago before there was a sniff of its gameplay. How can CIG show us the ship in working condition and not say, no, it's not ready in the state to enjoy but enjoy the event? So there's a couple of answers to that. Number one is if you watch the ISC, they're very clear that it's not done. Like the stuff they want to do to really like jazz up the ship for Squadron isn't even finished yet. And it sounds like it was taken from an earlier version of Squadron and then stripped out a little bit. There's so many gameplay aspects that just don't exist in the game. So like, while I could understand people really wanting the ship, it would break the balance of the game as it stands right now, because right now, if you pilot the Idris, you control the main gun and the flight from the pilot seat or from the captain seat. And that's not supposed to be the case when you actually play it. It needs to be things like multi-crew and engineering gameplay, and there's a lot of other things. But that tech isn't in the game yet. They do have a hacked-in version of the Idris right now, but it's not really in. So when those elements are in, if CIG goes, well, yeah, we still can't do it because Squadron 42 spoilers, that's bullshit. Like, I will say, yeah, that's bullshit at that point. But I understand that it's basically, no, it's just literally that the features are not finished yet. And your example of the Reclaimer, I think, is a poor example because it's exactly the example of why CIG shouldn't release ships without their gameplay in. The Reclaimer is fucking dog shit. It's designed poorly for an idea, for a gameplay. They had a vague idea of what it was going to be, but didn't actually have any implementation for it yet. And what was the main driving feature for people buying the Reclaimer? The claw. And that claw is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. It's now the straw. But even there's a giant room with processing because they were thinking they were going to do like hole munching, and that's gone now. So like a lot of the Reclaimer is wasted space on aesthetics rather than being functional. And there's a lot of things they could fix, but it's a great example of why CIG shouldn't release ships until the gameplay is ready for it. Because, you know, it might work if you hack together it and stick it together with duct tape, but it's going to make it down the line. They're going to have to fix it. Hole munching's gone, guys. Hole munching is not possible. We're unable to make hole munching work with the resources they have. So what we're seeing with what do they call it? I forget the name of it. The thing they're calling it, structural salvage, I think is what it's called. That's what we're getting. Now, what we have right now for structural salvage isn't the final version. I'm sure they'll do something like a tuning, gameplay. They'll add more gameplay to it. Right now, there's no gameplay for it, and there's no stages. They got to wait for Maelstrom to come in. But yeah, structural salvage is how they're going to be doing things in the future. How's that supposed to work? The claw was supposed to grab wreckage, pieces of the hull, and then dunk it into on the top, there was a mulcher where you could, like an opening where you could drop it in. Or it was supposed to grab it and kind of hurl it backwards, and then tractor beams would kind of tractor it in. I thought it was supposed to tie into Maelstrom. Is Maelstrom still on the table? Yeah, it's just not in the game yet. I thought it was supposed to be part of it as well. When I talked with developers at CitizenCon, they said specifically that this is only possible because of Maelstrom. This is the reason why they have structural salvage. And implied that structural salvage was connected with Maelstrom, but apparently that's not fully the case. I thought hole munching might happen after Maelstrom. No. Hole munching is dead, y'all. Structural salvage is how they're doing it. After Maelstrom, what Maelstrom allows them to do is instead of Thanos snapping stuff to get away, it allows them for multiple stages of reducing the hulls down to different stages. It's just a lot of the stuff they have in place is placeholder compared to the final gameplay elements. Maybe that's how you processed it as you went through the middle of it. But the claw was always supposed to be grabbing and pulling. The point being, the idea of the claw was what sold a lot of people on it. That's there. It's not exist anymore. It's done. It's interesting. I'm hearing a lot of people basically saying like Maelstrom is dead or it's years away. I'm wondering where that's coming from. Is there some statement about Maelstrom, the devs, that I didn't catch? It's CIG. Well, I know it's CIG, but saying it's CIG is a cop-out. Are parts of Maelstrom in Squadron 42? If I understand correctly, Maelstrom is integrated in Squadron 42. But I could be wrong. We'll know a little bit more next week, hopefully, if they can get a monthly report out. So. Hey, Ectobun. Looking at how much simpler features are getting T-zeroed in the way from Squadron 42 to the PU, Maelstrom's being closed seems unlikely, and in my opinion, it's the most likely sitcom feature to prove non-viable for the PU. We're not really seeing T-zeroed for a lot of the stuff at CitizenCon. It's just we're seeing a lot of stuff not fully integrated. But like, someone pointed out in my other video that like CIG made early statements that they didn't think they were going to get vehicle spawning in the elevators with the first release. It would have to come in later. So if that's true, then they always knew that it was probably a big chance that it wasn't going to make it in. But like what we're getting for like the HUD update is effectively what we saw at CitizenCon. The Moby Glass update, the map, it's just lacking things like not every single interior map is in there. Not every single location is marked for like point of interest. Not all of the mobiGlas apps are in. So it's less of features are missing, and it's just content for that feature is missing, is it? I understand the pessimism when it comes to Maelstrom, but I'm going to wait to hear more about it before I start saying it's not coming out for years. I get the understanding. I understand. I get the kind of like, well, CIG hasn't said anything, so I'm not going to expect it. Yes, Master Modes is coming with 3.23. It's sort of a homogenized version of the Master Modes in the sense that you're going to get specific versions. So every medium interceptor is going to act like the Buccaneer. Every medium fighter is going to act like the Super Hornet. Every heavy fighter is going to act like the Vanguard, that sort of thing. And then they'll kind of dial it in over time, which I know a lot of people are upset about that because they did the same thing about components and they never did that. So I think it's probably very far along according to Squadron. I just think lots of little bits of everything will be havoc for the RLPES. Well, it depends on how well and how quickly they can get dynamic meshing in. Because I think if they can get dynamic meshing in, they could probably kind of break down a lot of that data into usable chunks and reduce the overhead for entities. But I'm sure they can also reduce the amount of they can take Maelstrom and simplify it if they need to as well. Also, Master Modes is extremely tier 0. No flight tuning for ships is expected, but literally none of the new quantum system is coming with it. True, but then the quantum system was never supposed to come with it. The new quantum system was never supposed to be coming with it. It's a separate system. Master Modes is the flight system. The quantuming is the new travel system. EVA T2 is ironically T0'd too, with the traversal and fuel not coming, even though it was that CitizenCon 2022 feature. Yeah, I think the reason why that stuff isn't coming is because of CIG's emphasis on what I call Sauron tools, where they're going to take a single thing and they're going to connect everything that's related to it together. So example would be the mobiGlas. The mobiGlas rework is not just the mobiGlas, it's everything that people have been complaining about with the mobiGlas. It's the map, it's the mini-map, it's the visor update, it's the mobiGlas and the visor are the same thing. And so, and a little bit of the HUD. So a lot of that stuff is connected together, which is why they're all coming in with one chunk. Same with like Master Modes. Master Modes is about maneuvering and fighting because it has to do with Squadron, but it's not really like quantum. So that's all one thing. I said it earlier that one of the reasons why, if you look at 3.23, most of the stuff that's going to come in is because they're all reliant on each other. So it looks like it's a huge amount of things, but it's like 23 or 24 entries. But in reality, if you look at how connected they are, it's really more like 13 entries, which is bang on average for what CIG releases. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, they're always different systems. But like with 3.23, they're actually doing the opposite. They're taking whole systems and breaking them into small bits that they're all connected together with. Yeah, it's a complete overhaul of the visual and flight experience for Star Citizen. April is not the earliest. That's what they're shooting for. So, and my guess is late April, to be honest. One tool to rule them all, and in the verse bind them. Yeah, that's the idea. Because it's easier for them to make one tool and connect them all together. So like with EVA system, one of the reasons why we're probably not getting push-pull and like EVA pack fuel is because the EVA pack fuel is almost certainly tied to the resource system. And almost certainly the quantum stuff is tied to the resource system as well. Same with engineering gameplay. All of that is tied to the resource system. So without the resource system in place, there's no point in working on that or implementing it until that resource system's in place. It's sort of like the blocker for everything else. It is the one thing that requires all of the rest of these things to function. So we could either see the resource system come in and all of those things come in at the same time, or the resource comes in and then everything else comes in after that. Oh, when Captain's Table drops with Vertigo and Darge, it's going to end up being Vertigo explaining why the game is still bad because bug exists, and he's not going to be wrong, but it's going to be like, fuck, god damn it, I'm tired of this shit. I love Vertigo, and I like having the diverse opinions on there. But, man, sometimes it's just like, come on, dude. Really? You really this mad about things? Well, I haven't asked Mike to come on in a long time because in the past, Mike has always been working. And typically, because when I do Captain's Table, he's working. I think he still takes that time off to be with his wife. So I don't want to take too much time. I've asked Mike before. I've known Mike for a very fucking long time. And I'd love to have Mike's opinions on the table because Mike and I don't always agree on things, but we tend to agree on a lot of stuff, which always makes it's always funny because people in the past have always said, Paul is a shill. He's a white knight who's defending Star Citizen at all times, and like Mike is a hater who hates the game. And it's like, if you've ever been on any podcast where we're both talking, we both almost certainly share the same opinion. Almost always. It's like, yeah, he's not wrong. It goes to show you that perception isn't always reality. I've been on the Answer the Call before. I haven't been asked back on in a while. The fundamental difference between Mike's and I's approach to following Star Citizen is that Mike approaches Star Citizen as a game you can play now. And he's tired of people dreaming about what Star Citizen might be in the future, because he's like, fuck that, I want to play the game now and have fun. Why can't I have fun in the game now? I paid for this game, please let me have fun in the game. He's not wrong. It's something that CIG struggles with. And I agree. Like, I should be able to enjoy my experience in the game when I log in. Why are they delaying X feature? Because this other feature is going to come out sometime between now and the heat death of the universe. It's like, if you don't understand how long it's going to be, then just do a temporary fix. People would be happy for it to come in. And I'm of the opinion that I would rather have janky ass, structural salvage than wait another year for structural salvage to be like massaged and worked and like at least it's in the game and I can play it. It's not great, but it's not the worst thing in the world, you know? Same thing with like the Idris. Like, why, if you can have the Idris in for an event, why can't you give it to backers? Oh, it doesn't have all these features in, which you have no fucking idea when it's coming out. I could get the excuse, but it's getting fucking weak when you're starting to do these sorts of events. Those sorts of things bother me. And they bother Mike. But my perspective is also less of what can I play now and more of following how the game is developed and what's going on and what's coming out when. I still have, want to play the game. But part of the fun for me is following development and seeing when's coming where, what's the most recent stuff. And that's what fascinates me. And I think it fascinates a lot of y'all because that's why you come to watch my innate rant. Well, all 200 and, or like, 90 of you here to watch me rant. It's because I'm a shill. No, it's because of my insomnia. I'm just background noise, yeah. I'm here to watch you dance. Dance, funny man. But I don't think Mike is going to sit here and say that I'm a terrible person for looking at like the monthly reports and being like, this is what they're working on, this is what they're doing. Because Mike looks at those himself. Because he's like, oh, this is interesting. But it's pointless to try to, what's coming out in 2 years? I don't fucking know. I couldn't tell you what's happening at the end of this year. CIG doesn't know what's happening at the end of this year. They have plans, but their plans fall through all the time. Hey, Paul, I feel like you're due a new ship soon. Any thoughts on when? Cheap LTI Gravlev? I don't know. But monthly report says that they have a ship and two variants. A new ship and two variants that are basically almost done. That are probably released with 3.23. I couldn't tell you what it is, but it's almost certainly coming out in 3.23. So, whatever that is a ship and two variants is coming with it. But it's not the Apollo. It's not, because whenever they say it's a new ship or an unannounced ship, it's unannounced. This last month, they threw us for a ringer because they said a previously announced ship entered Gray Box. And it's like, a previously announced vehicle entered Gray Box. I'm like, you've never done that before. The fuck are they being coy about? Like, what fucking vehicle? Don't tell me previously announced. Tell me what the fuck it is. It's the G12. Almost certainly it's a G12. We know it's been in production for a while. And it's just like the X1. It's like CIG doesn't have much of an excuse. I can tell you exactly what's going to happen at the end of the year. We're going to have a patch, some sort of patch, around between December 16th and December 21st. We'll see a patch. And there will be an IAE sale. And CitizenCon is when CitizenCon is. We know those three things. Anything else is fucking, I couldn't tell you. Oh, I'm fading chat. I'm probably have to call it here. I fucking hate that sale. We had a, we're getting a Ranger speaking of existence. I know it's not the Ranger. It's not the Ranger. 4.0 Q2 2025 is my personal prediction. I don't think that's a wrong prediction. I think it's more likely that we'll see 4.0 towards the end of the year, come hell or high water. The question really is, how many patches are we going to get between 3.23 and 4.0? CIG seems to be indicating that they don't plan on another patch between 3.23 and 4.0, which means that we're probably going to get a series of .x patches, or we might get a 3.24, but it's just whatever is left over from CitizenCon that they haven't put into the game yet. So, like, the resource system and more mobiGlas apps, the quantum system, that sort of thing. But they seem to be very dedicated. Like, they think 4.0 is coming out. It's coming out, like, this year. And with the latest test of server meshing in the tech preview, fucking February 29th, they're pulling out server meshing tests. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 4.0 at the very minimum an open PTU at the end of the year. But it seems like CIG is super focused on 4.0 at the second half of the year. I don't know if we'll have a 4.1 or when 4.0 is going to release, but like I wouldn't be surprised if we saw open PTU or first wave PTU released to 4.0 at CitizenCon. You could deliver boxes. It was good. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get the not the Steve. Oh, what was it called? What's the thing that like the military and the a lot of hunters use? Is it the Ute? The UTV. The UTV. The Ute. No, Steve's younger brother, Ute. But Jared promised. I wouldn't be surprised if we got Eva Cotti in September. But again, fucking, I didn't predict and had no prediction that CIG was going to do server meshing and testing in fucking February. Nick did make that prediction and is now running around pounding his chest. What's a Ute? It's a UTV. Oh, is that a movie quote? What's a Ute? Oh. These, the three Utes. Yeah, the two Utes. What's a Ute? My cousin Vinny, yeah. Classic movie. It's one of my wife's favorite movies. My wife has a type. Her favorite movies are Breakfast Club and My Cousin Vinny are two of her favorite movies. And Star Wars. Gotta love Fred Gwynn. And she grew up reading Stephen King novels. All right, we're sufficiently way off track. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to all of the raids we had. So many fucking raids. TV Liquid, Becky on Blast, Loken Plays, all of you, absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for the gift subs, the everything coming in. You all are awesome. Thank you for those of you watching on YouTube. We had like freaking $30 donated on YouTube. You know, almost 70 people watching. We did have, like, what was this? 70 people watching at height. Did we have any recurring members? We didn't. Yeah. It's been a fucking weird and awesome February. Thank you all for joining us with this. I'll be back on Saturday, not tomorrow, because tomorrow Cam and I are going out for a nice dinner, and then we're going to go watch Dune, where she's going to fall asleep at the end because it starts at like 9, like 8 or 9, and it's going to be finished when way past her usual go-to-sleep time. But we'll be back on Saturday with Crucian Gaming and Night Cobb to talk about the Idris, the overlay of the Idris event. Gonna probably call on a little bit of their experience because both of them were in the Navy, the layout, and if it makes sense and stuff like that. So yeah, feel free to join us that. And then on Sunday, we dive for freedom. We're gonna do some Helldivers.
Are you ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary?
Iris.
Ready to reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights?
Iris.
From breathtaking views, incredible dining,
Iris.
shopping, Crusader is calling.
Iris.
Saint what? No? Fine. Hecking stay on your mud ball. Then, have a lovely night off, Paul.
Thank you, Iris. I was not expecting that. Thank you for that. Thank you all for watching. I am very tired. Love you all. Have a good night. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.